Okay, could we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I guess I should. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Before we get started tonight, I would like to ask respectfully if we could take a moment of silence. We lost a Pennsylvania State trooper last night, unfortunately, here in Chester County, and also several servicemen and women in the Iranian war. So if we please just have a moment of silence, I would appreciate it. Thank you. All right, members of the community, I gotta put this closer. Welcome to the East Whiteland Township Planning Commission meeting. Before we get started this evening, we'd like to provide clarity to everyone regarding the data center proposal under consideration. The property in question has previous zoning approval dating back to 2018 for the original plan and 2021 for the zoning for the new plan. It also had previous approvals from the Board of Supervisors in 2024 for a data center. While the previous approvals is for less square footage and has some other design elements that differ from the current proposal, the developer retains the legal right to construct a data center on this site, regardless of whether the revised plan currently under review is ultimately approved by the Board of Supervisors. It is important for residents to understand the limits of the township's authority with respect to an already approved use. The Planning Commission's role is to evaluate the merits of the revised plan and ensure compliance with all applicable township ordinances, ultimately making a recommendation of approval or denial to the Board of Supervisors. The goal of tonight's meeting is to ensure transparency, provide accurate information, and listen to questions and comments from the public, in particular, township residents. I want to remind everyone that the member of the commissions are volunteers who live within this community. The format of the meeting will run as follows. To ensure that all residents and taxpayers have a fair opportunity to be heard in an orderly environment, the following rules of procedure must be followed. Priority is given to East Whiteland Township residents. The board can use their discretion if they allow non-residents to speak or comment. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. All comments must be courteous and not contain any offensive language or personal attacks. Yelling, chanting, personal attacks, and other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Questions must be directed to the board, to the commission. No personal attacks will be permitted. Speakers must respectfully address the commission. No signs will be permitted in the township, in the Penn State building. However, signs may be displayed outside the township, outside of Penn State. Residents speaking must stay on topic. The chair, solicitor, or staff will enforce the rules. A warning will be given to a non-compliant speaker. Following a warning, a disruptive person may be asked to leave the building or virtual meeting and have their name and disruption included in the minutes. The chair has the discretion to call for a recess at any point in the public meeting. Chair has the discretion to waive any of the above requirements. Thank you for your cooperation, and I hope everybody learns more about the data center than they knew before they came into this meeting, and we can have a respectful dialogue. Thank you. To briefly go over the meeting timeline, we will begin the presentation and give the applicant approximately 1 hour to present. At that time, questions will be asked by the Planning Commission members. No later than 8 p.m., we will begin the public comment portion of the meeting. If you have emailed a public comment, we have received it. All comments have been provided to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to make a verbal public comment here tonight, we ask that you keep your comments to under 3 minutes and do not repeat statements made by other commentators. Public comments will be limited to residents and taxpayers of East Whiteland Township. Should we have more time, public comment will be extended to those who do not reside or pay taxes in the township. At approximately 9 p.m., we will finish the public comment portion of the meeting and may move on to make a recommendation. It is imperative we exit this room and this campus before 10 p.m. as we are guests on this site. So we will start clearing out the room approximately 9:30 so we can adhere to their strict rules of being off the property at 10 p.m. Thank you. Okay, with this, I would like to call the meeting to order. And the first item of business would be to approve the January 28th, 26 meeting minutes. Does anybody have any
I'll make a motion to approve. We already approved in the last meeting. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second? Second by Bob Logan. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, tonight we have a development application for a data center, Sentinel Green Fig LLC. It's an amended land development application to construct 2 data center buildings, surface parking areas, landscaping, stormwater management facilities, and connection to the Chester Valley Trail. The amended plan differs from the previous approved plan as follows. A, total building square footage has increased from 1,026,800 square feet, or 1,544,880 square feet, including basement, to 1.6 million 56,630 square feet with no basement, along with related increases in building coverage and impervious coverage. B, the cooling equipment has been redesigned and relocated from the ground immediately adjacent to buildings, water-consuming cooling towers, to the rooftop, waterless rooftop chillers, along with corresponding sound mitigation barriers. Emergency backup generators have been relocated from the basement of the building to the ground immediately adjacent to the buildings, along with corresponding sound mitigation barriers. Office uses and loading facilities have been relocated from the southern side of the building to the northern side of the buildings facing Swedesford Road. Additional trees and landscaping have been proposed on the former sewer lagoons located between the development site and Swedesford Road. Design and location of stormwater management facilities, parking lots, and internal circulation areas have been modified. Previously proposed microwave towers, antenna yards, and ground-mounted cooling towers have been eliminated. This property is located along the south side of Swedesford Road, near the township boundary with West Whiteland, and is within the INS institutional zoning district. With that, I will turn it over to Green Fig.
Is this on? Thank you, Deb. Members of the Planning Commission, Lou Colagreco here this evening representing the applicant, Sentinel Green Fig. Thank you for that introduction and the way this meeting is going to be run this evening. Some of this we started to go through at the prior Planning Commission meeting, and some of it may be repetitious, so I'll ask you to bear with me. I'll be short in my comments. After I speak, one of the principals, Charlie Ledane, will give a brief commentary. And then Josh Rubino will go through a slide presentation that some may have seen before, but it's changed. So we want to make sure everybody gets the correct information, and this is the latest and greatest in that. We'll be done well within, I think, the hour that we've been allotted to do this presentation. As you stated at the introduction, we are not here before you or the township seeking any change in zoning. We have the right to build a data center, and we will build some sort of data center. The question here before the township and for the Planning Commission is, which one will it be? As you accurately pointed out, the current plan has 2 buildings on it, each with 500,000 square feet above grade, 250,000 square feet below grade for about 1.54 aggregate total square feet. We have an equipment yard, open loop cooling towers, and approximating 3 million gallons of usage per building per day. 7 antenna yards with 250-foot tall microwave towers, emergency generators with open metal grating at grade for discharge and exhaust. As I said previously, the plan that we now have before the township, we thought was an improvement on many of the currently approved plan elements. We have, since the prior meeting, we have received final reviews from East Whiteland Township consultants. This process has been going on now for probably, on this plan iteration, probably about 4 months, 4 or 5 months, with us responding to questions that we've been asked by the township consultants, the Planning Commission, resident comments that we've received. We've recently updated our written response on 2/26/26. I think the last time we were here, I forget, we had the 2/5/26 report, but that has since been updated. Also, the last time we were here, there were questions from Commissioner Lammer regarding heat generation from the data center buildings, and we've provided that information. We can get into that during our presentation. We also updated the acoustical study to reflect the latest design iteration. There were some questions about the gentleman, the headmaster at the Church Farm School. We've answered those questions. And in fact, the facility continues to operate, will operate on average at about 9 to 13 decibels below ordinance allowance. And as I said the last time we were here, this is a 2-township project. The West Whiteland Township, which is handling the stormwater management, most of it for this facility, has approved the amended plan. Both its Planning Commission recommended approval and its Board of Supervisors voted for that approval. So I think we can go through the additional commitments so I can move on with the presentation. So to summarize, the air-cooled chillers, I don't think anybody in the room would disagree that they're better than the water-consuming chillers that we're now going to, that the current plan employs. The berming between Sweetsford Road and the project has been increased by 3 times what is on the approved plan, and that comes at probably about a $700,000 or $800,000 extra expense for the project. The aesthetics, we've provided more detailed aesthetics. We think they're much more pleasing than what the approved plan has. This plan has new sound walls and buffers. We've agreed, and in fact your ordinance requires post-operation sound monitoring, so that for anyone who doubts, we have to prove that we fall within the sound decibel allowances of the ordinance, and if we don't, your sound ordinance has some fairly severe penalties for doing that. And really, when we ran the sound testing, it was with all generators running full speed, which we do not believe will happen. There would have to be a massive power outage in the whole region for that to occur. But when we test these generators, we have to test them during the week. And we've agreed to 2 simultaneously per building for testing purposes and only during the daytime hours. And as I said here, that last parenthetical there about the last time we had a major power outage was in 2003. So the chance that all these generators will be going at the same time, we'll all be in a little bit of trouble if that's the case. So if we could summarize again what I said to start my comments, not seeking approval of the use. We would prefer that comments this evening apply to your land development and subdivision ordinance, which is what we're bound to adhere to and which we have adhered to. We think that this plan is an improvement over the currently approved plan. We've answered all the consultants' comments. There were no violations of any ordinance cited to us in your consultants' comments. And we think a yes vote tonight, or a yes recommendation tonight, would affirm compliance with the ordinance and really solidify long-term economic support for the township. It's a substantial investment, and I don't want to get into finances or money. I know that's irrelevant in some areas, but it is a significant financial boost, we believe, for the township. And all we're asking for nothing more than we be held to the same standards that any other applicant is held to that comes before this planning commission, and that we be judged by the laws of East Whiteland Township. So thank you, and I'm going to ask Charlie Ledane to come up here, give a few words, then we'll get into the slideshow of presentation.
Thank you, Lou.
One minute, Charlie. I forgot to mention, for those of you interested in anything related to the power, the electric issue, Pico gave us a slide presentation, and it is available on the township website for anybody who wants to review it. Sorry about that.
Good evening. I'd like to say hello to the board tonight. I'm Charlie Ledane from Green Fig. Thanks to everybody for coming tonight, and I will try to provide you some background for this project. For the past 9 years, Greg Walters, my partner who developed part of Great Valley Corporate Center, and I have attended many, many meetings in East and West Whiteland. We've worked closely with the townships, the EPA, and the state. Our partnership has worked tirelessly to bring you this world-class project. A strategic asset that cleaned and revitalizes a Superfund site and puts it back on the tax rolls, and decommission and will reforest the sewage treatment plant into township open space, all at our expense. The project will only enhance Chester County's reputation as a great place to live and where business is on the cutting edge of technology. With us tonight are our partners, Josh Rabina and Ed Russo. Our 3 companies joined forces in mid-2025. Both of their companies are considerably larger than Green Fig and have excellent reputations, as you'll see in the slideshow. We're here to answer your questions because we've heard your concerns. This team has incredible experience, talent, and ability, and we used it all on this project. Last year, Green Fig completed the land development process in East and West Whiteland to secure the right to build 2 data center buildings, which would each use 3.6 million gallons of water per day. Our new partners, after looking at the water usage, redesigned these buildings to use more expensive air-cooled chillers to make the project more sustainable and efficient by reducing the building water usage to a minimum. Coffee and comfort, they call it. Our new partners, when they changed the cooling systems, we needed more room on each roof for the air-cooled chillers, so we redesigned these buildings, which were 3-story buildings, as 2-story buildings to give more area on the roof. The total square footage is close and still 200,000 feet less than the 1.8 million allowed by our zoning approval. These modifications will allow us to build an architecturally attractive, state-of-the-art facility using very little water, which is considerably quieter, and much improved wave forest upgrades are included. That is, if we get the amendment. All the partners have the highest design standards. The appearance of the building's always very important to each of us. So Josh brought in Gensler, a globally renowned architect, to help. You'll see from the slides, we're committed to building a beautiful, sustainable project which we can all be proud of. Please listen carefully to the level of upgrades from the previous plan which Sentinel and Russo bring to the table. This is a greatly improved project. The new buildings look terrific with water savings of 2.6 billion gallons per year. We'll be taking no water out of the water table here. The amendment's not complicated and fits well within the letter and the spirit of the East Whiteland zoning ordinances. We have strictly adhered to the zoning code and have designed a world-class facility for East Whiteland. We will build a quieter, more efficient, and sustainable project. Josh will now provide additional detail on the project, and after that, we will answer questions from the committee and then the community. And I thank you for having us here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm Josh Rubino with Sentinel. Our hope here for the next few minutes is to, we heard obviously a lot of questions at the last meeting and on the message boards over the last few weeks. And our goal here is to, in 5 minutes or less for each of them, just to provide some context to hopefully answer some of those questions. And obviously at the end of the deck, we're happy to answer any questions that were not answered along the way. But item number one that we wanted to address first is visual impact and landscaping. So lots of questions as to what we are building, what will it look like. The previously approved plan was essentially, a commodity style, warehouse looking asset with large cooling towers off flanking the building to one side. The new plan, as Charlie said, our goal is really, and this is true with everything we build, and we'll show you some pictures of some things we built in the past, but our goal is, first of all, to make it invisible in the first place. So we're doing all kinds of vegetation to prevent, lines of sight from any public rights of way. But to the extent it is visible, we want to make this a very good looking building. As Charlie said, we brought in Gensler Architects, who is one of the most preeminent architects in the world. We use them to build tall office towers in Manhattan. And we intend to, our directive to them, as you can see from some of these early renderings, is, to make material selections, to make design decisions that really, my opinion, will make this building look like any of the buildings in the Great Valley Corporate Center that we are in right now. This is just a few more renderings. To the question of space and floor plan, the prior building, as Charlie mentioned, was a 3-story building, 2 stories above ground and 1 story in the basement. It was a skinnier form factor and amounted to 772,000 feet of per building and 1.5 million square feet total, including basements. The new plan is 2 stories, no basements, 413,000 feet per story, adding to 1.6 million, all of which is considerably less than the 1.86 million square feet allowed by zoning and is roughly 100,000 square feet different. Among the main reasons we did this is because the prior plan with its evaporative cooling towers, water is a much more efficient medium to remove heat, so you can do it in a lot less space. The prior plan did not need a big roof to spread air-cooled chillers. As you can see, we tried to show from an engineering perspective here, this amount of water-cooled chillers on the left is equivalent to that amount of air-cooled chillers on the right. And a big reason the form factor of these buildings changed was to accommodate the fact that we needed more surface area on the roof to eliminate the water consumption, as Charlie said, which, despite the small space, the plant on the left made more noise and consumed a boatload more water. Prior plan also, as was mentioned in the lead up, included antenna yards and microwave towers. The new plan eliminates antenna yards and microwave towers. There were 7 yards and 250-foot towers. As Charlie mentioned, again, an enormous amount of effort has gone into the landscaping here. We very much want this to look great from Sweetsford Road. In terms of the numbers, we're keeping the tree quantity, which it really wasn't practical to squeeze any more trees, but we are doubling or tripling in some cases the size and diameter of the trees. So with respect to the coniferous trees or the evergreens, we've gone from a code minimum 6 feet up to 12 to 14 feet. From the deciduous trees, we've doubled or tripled the trunk sizes. We've also added almost 600 shrubs and multiple berms to even increase the elevation of the trees beyond the 12 feet. This is a rough rendering of the plan. We really believe that this will be a complete transformation of what used to be 2 sewage lagoons abutting Sweetsford Road and also abutting the trail. So this is at the end of the day, a forest with over 1,000 new pieces of plant material. And then lastly, just to provide a little context, because obviously data centers mean a lot of different things to different people. There's lots of noise on the internet. These don't have to be ugly buildings. These are buildings that either our organization or Russo's organization has built over the course of the years. We take enormous amount of pride in building these things. We own them for long periods of time thereafter. And we'd also just note for, those that don't know us, we've been in this business for 25 years. We've literally never received a complaint, a single complaint. Noise, environmental, these, are not all, this is new for us to not be an asset to the community. Water usage, we mentioned, but just to put some pictures around it, this is what cooling towers look like. This is what air-cooled chillers look like. It's an ugly building. It's just a picture from the internet, but ours will look better, and we'll have sound walls and parapets that extend above. You won't see any of it from any public direction. The technology, as we mentioned, we don't need to linger on, but big picture is the water cool technology evaporates steam, so there's plumes of steam coming out of the top of the towers. The air cooled rejects heat directly with air. And just to put some real world numbers around it, the old plan evaporated roughly 200 swimming pools per day worth of water. Our new cooling systems use nothing, bathroom sinks, coffee, as Charlie said, but nothing for cooling. Acoustics. We've run multiple iterations of an acoustical study. We updated the acoustical study after the last meeting to add a receptor at the Church Farm School, which was requested. We've submitted these studies to the township's experts who are here tonight, Cara Everbach. Long story short, as we've mentioned in the past, this is at a 75% running scenario. So this is, in our minds, is the highest real world scenario. We don't run these buildings to the red line. The customers are too conservative to do that. In this case, we're give or take 20% below the ordinance on average, better than the prior plan, not different materially than the surrounding ambient conditions. We also ran it at 100%, which is completely unrealistic. And it doesn't change the numbers all that much. We're 17% below the ordinance on a blended average. We were also asked by Plan Commissioner Laumer at the last meeting to analyze the effect of these types of buildings, and this building in particular, on heat and humidity. The air-cooled chillers take in cold air and release hot air. We ran a CFD analysis. Our engineers do this kind of modeling anyway when we design these buildings, and the conclusion was really no. Using 105-degree temperatures outside and adding in the wind and all the other elements to make sure it's accurate and conservative, that there's no perceptible increase in the temperature or humidity at the property line, at the trail, at Sweetsford Road, etc. Generators. So we are using generators here for emergency standby reasons only. So that's in contrast to some of the things you read on the internet about data centers that are using primary generators for their primary source of power where they may not have a grid connection. Primary gens run around the clock, obviously. Our gens run hopefully never, other than for some short periods of testing, which we'll talk about. This is the initial building. It'll initially have 36 engines flanking on either side in equipment yards that are fully screened visually from the street, from the parking lots. In terms of the commitments that we're willing to make around generators, we happen, obviously we'll comply with all noise ordinances. Obviously we'll comply with all EPA regulation. It's worth noting in this market, the EPA, this is among the most stringent of EPA emissions restrictive markets. So it's what's called a non-attainment zone, where the EPA, regulates both emissions and or fuel consumption, and it's the highest possible level of regulation, which means obviously affects how much we can run the generators, but also affects the equipment that we use. So per engine, we're adding about $500,000 each of just emissions, extra tier 4 emissions controls, which reduce the particulates in the engine. Above that, which is law and regulation, we're also agreeing, as we've mentioned, to visually and acoustically screen all the generators, to only test 2 generators per building at one time, and to only do that testing during daytime hours, and to actively monitor noise at all times at the property line. Just to again put some visual context around when these things will need to run. As Charlie mentioned, this was the northeastern blackout of 2003, when you go back and we had PECO pull the outage records for the Plainbrook substation, which is a substation that will be redundantly feeding this site. We're adjacent to it. The last time they lost power was for 7 hours in 2003 during the Northeast blackout. This is what the screening will look like on the side of the building. So regardless of number, whether they're running or not, this is the visual impact. This is just another take of the before and after. The prior plan had large cooling towers sitting outside the building. This will be fully screened. And this is just a bit of detail, probably not worth getting into. And then just to wrap up with, a bit more of a positive rather than defensive note, we believe this project, takes what Charlie and Greg and partners had spent the better part of a decade on transforming this, what was once a very burdened Superfund site. We believe it is a safe and productive use of the land. At the end of the day, it will produce, we think, very large amounts of money to support the Great Valley School District as well as the county, without really providing any additional, children who will go to those schools, or traffic or service requirements, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess I'll just to wrap up, we'll state, whether we build this plan or the old plan, our goal here, and we understand there's pushback. It hasn't always been this way. Our goal here is to be a good neighbor. Our goal here is to build a project that everyone here is proud of, and we hope to be able to get your support to do it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the information. I have a question for you, sir. How many data centers have you built or been involved with in the 25 years that you stated you were involved?
Give or take a dozen campuses. So, maybe, some of those with multiple assets on them. And that's not including, Ed's probably another dozen beyond that.
Okay, and then my other question would be, how does the acoustical screening on the original plan differ from the new plan?
I am not fully equipped to answer that, but I don't know if, Nick, you want to?
Oh, sorry, I can save that question for the engineer.
We're happy to,
Okay.
we can tag team here.
Nick Marzarati, Sentinel Data Centers. So the previous plan had cooling towers at grade, and so the sound wall acoustical screening that was in was just north of those cooling towers at grade, blocking the noise from those cooling towers. Our screening is similar in that our generators, though exterior to the building, in sound attenuated enclosures, we intend on putting a similar sound barrier on the north side of that equipment yard. But also because our chillers are on the roof, we are going to be putting a acoustical screen wall along the edge of the north wall of the roof. And so that was consistent with what's been in the acoustic report so far. They extend about 4 feet above the top of the chiller currently. The question was, how tall is the screen wall?
Anybody else?
Mine's more about stormwater, so I don't know if you want to.
Bob's.
Yes, John Longer here, and I have.
John, put it up to your mouth.
I'll get closer. Can you hear me?
Now.
Okay, now? Hello, John Longer here. I have 2 questions. First one is basically, are you going to stay with air-cooled chillers on the roof, or is there a future possibility of mixing or switching back?
We would make a commitment to stay with air-cooled chillers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're going to stay with air-cooled
Absolutely.
chillers.
The question was, will we potentially switch to water-cooled chillers in the future? And our answer is we will commit to air-cooled chillers into perpetuity.
All right. Thank you. The second question is a little bit longer, and I'm going to read a 2-sentence preface and then ask the question. In the near future, there could be increased summertime grid stress from more apartments, maybe more data centers, more heat in the air from climate change. PECO already offers voluntary incentive-based demand response programs. That's different than the other programs where when everything has to be turned off and you have to run on generators, which is rare. The demand response programs go to are offered to commercial customers who choose to be compensated for periods of reduced use of grid power, in effect, incentivizing diesel generator use. Now, I'm not accusing anyone of planning that. I'm asking Have you had discussions of this? A, and B, would you be willing to propose limitations on the frequency or duration of such demand response program offers in the future?
Yeah, just to restate the question, oftentimes utilities provide incentives, payment incentives to come off of the grid at periods of grid stress. That decision, just in full candor, is a decision we would have to make with with both ourselves, but also with the customers in the building. So it interacts with the reliability obligations of the building, how many generators we actually have, and do we even have the ability to take all our loads off the grid and put them on a generator or not. So I don't have a definitive no. I will say we have never been successful, is the wrong word, at convincing our tenants to participate in demand response programs. There's a flip side to demand response programs, which is a good thing, by the way, which is it means the utility has to build less generation because the peak loads, the peak loads are shaved off and the peak demand can come off the grid. So it's a double-edged sword, but and it's a complicated question, but we have not ever participated.
Thank you. I don't think we have to answer it fully tonight, but I don't want to see it just disappear as a question. I'd like to see the supervisors engage with you in some ideas. All right? Thank you.
Sure.
And then finally, and then I'm done here, thanks for the thermal plume modeling. That was very helpful to me. It convinced me that the trail will not turn into a sauna in the summer and that the neighbors across the way will not have their air conditioners engulfed in heat. Negative in both cases, positive for the township. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, Bob Logan. Somewhat related to what John was saying is concerns about when you guys are rocking and rolling and you're using energy and the impact of that on local residents and people, maybe not necessarily local, but in the same billing area, however that works. There has been, in all of the paperwork and presentations we have seen, it says you're responsible for infrastructure. Well, to me, okay, that means we're going to build the stuff. But I've seen nothing about, okay, we will participate, protect, whatever verb you want to use, we will make positive steps so that we absorb electric rate increases that could be passed out to people in the township and other locations.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so, on the power side, as you know, we reside next to the Plainbrook substation, so we're taking power from that substation via two 230 kV feeds, which are the high transmission feeds. That project is roughly a $30 million project, $28.3 million. So as a first step, to answer your question, we have posted a letter of credit with PECO. The way PECO's tariff structure works is if they don't recover that expenditure through our payments to them via what they call the HT, the high tension tariff, then they can draw down on our letter of credit after 5 years to make sure that they get fully compensated. So, I'm not speaking for PECO, and I was asked to, if their study's up on the web, they told me not to talk about it because it's confidential, but I believe, other studies like that have said there are really two forces in the world affecting data center prices. One is driven by scale, so transmission and distribution, like the more of it in your immediate local area, you get to spread fixed costs over more kilowatt hours, and it should pull down transmission and distribution. There's the opposite effect on generation, so the more generation you consume, the more plants have to get built. That's a regional effect, so that affects all of the PJM grid. So if they're building data centers in Virginia and they're building data centers in New York or New Jersey, that that impacts the generation prices and pushes those up while the local effects pull down transmission distribution. So it's a complicated thing. We can't make any further commitments than we're making, as we just wrote a $30 million check to fund the improvements. And
That study is online, and we have a copy.
yeah.
It's on the website that goes through that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
but-
We have there are studies of this that people, economists that are smarter than we are. We included those studies, some of them in, I mean, without getting too far into the weeds here, into the white paper that's been or the Q&A that's been posted to the town's website.
Again, you seem to be talking about infrastructure and getting everything online for $30 million with PICO. I don't hear anything about, well, this is what we're going to do to protect all the local residents when everything is built and the prices the electric bill starts to go up. That's what I'm hoping to hear.
I'm just not aware of a means by which, to protect the residences more than funding whatever improvements we can fund for PICO. That we're purchasing. Our customers really are making decisions to purchase energy from independent providers that are different than the ones that result in the residences' power rate. So they're making decisions every day about whether it should be green or energy or who they're buying. That's an open market that our customers participate in. What we can do is fund the grid improvements. That's really all we can do.
No.
We have multiple customers in every building. It's not a single entity.
Over here.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, we're going to let we're going to let the commission ask the questions, and then we will go to public comment after. Thank you.
Josh, just a question. Jamie Damiani. As far as your connection date with PICO, what date did PICO give you for transmission?
There's a first tranche that we're scheduled for the end of 26 and another tranche sometime in early 28.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as the building height is concerned, I believe the latest approval was for 45 feet, correct? I think that was the approved plan, 2 buildings at 45 feet. I know you're saying you're going from no basement to 2 stories. What is the height of these buildings? Just so that, because that isn't completely clear in the plans.
It's at 60 feet. 60.
60 for both? And that's
Correct. Yeah.
so, and that would include the 4-foot
Probably
screening?
doesn't include the sound wall and the screening, so that's another. We can get you we can pull up the actual answer.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in the zoning ordinance, but the way we interpret it is it's measured basically at the midpoint elevation of the primary structure. So take the lowest point of the roof where it's sloping, and then the highest point of the roof where it's sloping, and the midpoint is how we understand the ordinance, which allows up to 60 feet.
And then my last question is related to the air-cooled chillers. I think, Nick, you and I were kind of chatting offline about this, and I wanted to understand what type of material is used in these air-cooled chillers, if there's any hazardous material to be concerned about.
So the chillers are predominantly copper, steel, and bolts to kind of hold a process refrigeration cycle. The refrigerant that's within them is a non-hazardous, very similar to most commercial refrigeration systems that you would see in like an office complex that has rooftop equipment providing comfort cooling. And so we don't believe there are any hazardous materials within the rooftop equipment. And the rooftop chillers contain the same refrigerant that the approved water-cooled chillers would have also contained. They would have also had refrigerant within them as well.
That's it for me.
Excuse me, I'm Tim Kelly. Duration of construction, how long is that? And then is the only access to the site on Swedesford Road, and how will traffic control be managed?
Yeah, we've got a big team working on logistics and traffic control. The duration of the project should be give or take 2 years. Per building, we're initially just building the first building, not both buildings. I know Greg is an expert on the logistics, so we have a pathway that I think we're trying to get approved through West Whiteland Township during construction. If happy to have Greg come provide. No? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. There are 3 entrances into the property. One is on Valley Creek Boulevard in West Whiteland Township. One is on Swedesford Road, and then the other one, the third one, is from Backton Hill Road. That was the traditional entrance to Foot Mineral all the years it was operating. Sorry, I'll repeat that. There are 3 entrances into the property. The one on Valley Creek Boulevard in West Whiteland Township, one from the Swedesford Road across from the Malvern Hut residential development. The residential development. And then the third one is from Backton Hill Road, which was the traditional entrance and exit from when the Foot Mineral owned the property and operated the plant. We have designed the bridge that crosses the bike trail to accommodate heavy truckloads. The Backton Hill Road is at grade, and we're have presented West Whiteland with drawings and proposal to use the Valley Creek Boulevard entrance as one of the primary entrances for the larger construction trucks bringing on the cement panel, the building panels, and other large loads. So those would be, there would be actually 3. Our druthers would be that we use the Valley Creek Boulevard, and we're hoping to conclude some agreement with with West Whiteland Township to use that entrance.
Thanks. And yeah, I guess follow up. So is it all tilt-up construction? That's what you're.
It's precast panels and steel frame. Yeah, with a storefront at the front, the office areas. Yeah.
Want me to go? Yeah. Is it still on?
Still here.
Okay. This is regarding stormwater. I realize you just got approval recently with West Whiteland Township with the basins and their portion of the stormwater. What changes occurred, if any, or from the old data center that was approved to now, and you're very confident you're in compliance with the stormwater?
Yes, Jack Robinson, from JMR Engineering, really a civil engineer for the site. The concept for the stormwater is the same as it was before. It's improved in that we have some more impervious to address. So what changed was we increased the size of our MRC rain gardens, which means slow release rain gardens. You know, if you've discussed these before, we have 4 of them, and they were also 2 of them were moved into West Whiteland because there was more real estate there to expand them. The basin is the same size and does its job for the peak rate control, which is controlled from anywhere from 33 to 83% reductions in peak flow.
Thanks.
Todd Sousa. You guys have your positive impact, economic impact, but this project has been before the community for a long time. The property owner talks about the Superfund site. If you go to Google Earth, you will see that it shows Foot Mineral Superfund site. And many people in the community don't understand the significance of cleaning that up. Valley Creek is an exceptional value watershed. The aquifer runs from the west to the east and ran right through this Superfund site. Foot Mineral had put lithium into a quarry. That lithium was leaching into our aquifer. The Board of Supervisors, the East Whiteland Environmental Advisory Committee, the DEP, and the EPA all worked to come up with a solution to clean up the Superfund site. And what they did was they basically solidified the quarry because removing it would have been more dangerous for the environment. So that's one of the things that the applicant, this property owner, has done. Another thing the property owner has done that's not talked about is for years we talked about the rails to trails. It wasn't getting done, but we talked about it. Township manager Terry Woodman and Charlie came up with the concept of, well, it's cheaper to put the sewer underneath the trail rather than put it in the road. Digging up the road will cost more. So the trail got started because of this property owner, from his property to the township building. Also, Malvern Hunt and the western side of the community got attached to the sewer. Now, they've also removed those sewage ponds that were in front of Malvern Hunt. So there's been some significant improvements to the community through this public partnership. I mean, if I'm wrong about anything, please correct me, Charlie, but I remember what we went through and cleaning that up. You guys are also attaching Malvern Hunt to the trail.
Yeah.
That was discussed, as well as all the trees and cleaning up, removing those sewage treatment ponds.
We cleaned up the environment there quite a bit. The remediation of the Superfund site would probably cost about $50 to $55 million right now. The sewer line that went 2 miles to the township building where there's a pumping station would probably cost about $2 million now. The path to go over it is $1 million a mile, so that would be another $2 million. We connected everybody's sewers in Piper Lane for free, and we connected everybody's sewers in Malvern Hunt with no cost to the Malvern Hunt homeowners. We connected your homes to the Valley Forge sewer system for free. And
Okay, you will have time for public comment. Can we please not yell out or shout? You will have time to make public comment. I read the rules in the beginning. I just hope that everyone can be respectful, remain respectful for the rest of this meeting. I promise you, you will get a chance to speak. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any other questions from the board members? Anything from the developer? Okay. I just would like to make a comment myself. I live very close to the intersection of Phoenixville Pike and Sweetsford Road on Phoenixville Pike. And for those of you who were living in the community around, in the vicinity at the time when that Superfund site was cleaned up, I would just like to say that my family had to have a tractor trailer tanker for water, potable water, to live off of because the groundwater in our well was so polluted with carcinogenics, lithium, and we had no idea. When we bought our house, we had the well tested. We paid at that time in the year 2000, $700 to have our well tested to make sure it was safe for our family. It came up clean. What I didn't know is that the type of things that were polluting the water is not something they normally test for. And that kind of test would require a lot of money to pay. So I learned a lot through that process. But I am grateful that it did get cleaned up and they did connect us to public water at their expense. So I just want to make that clear. I am neither for or against data centers, but I would like to give the applicant credit for the amount of money and assets that they have given this township. That's all I want to say. It was, by the way, there were, I don't know, I think there was 5 or 6 houses on Sweetsford Road that were also experiencing the same issue, but our house was the worst because it was on the fault line of where the pollutants settled. So we were the only ones who had to have the truck, but everybody else had to have bottled water come to their house. So anyway, okay, we're going to move to. Okay, we'll go to public comment after my fellow commissioner here has something to say.
I would also like to add to the record that the Board of Supervisors minutes, September 8th, 2021, they recommended to vote, or they voted to recommended to send the township solicitor to the zoning hearing board to speak on behalf of the applicant and adding data center to the zoning, which is an uncommon practice. Thank you.
Zach?
If you were going to open it up to public comment, I just wanted to read into the record sort of at a high level. You can't hear me?
Just a little bit closer.
No? How about now? Closer?
Yeah.
Wow. It's harder than it looks, guys, I assure you. I just wanted to read into the record the public comment that we receive via email when it's time. Sorry, I didn't want to jump the gun.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments from any of the commission members? Okay, we'll go to public comment. And Zach, you want to read the online comments first? Is that what you want to do? And then
Just
also,
wanted to-
I have a question. The format for public comment, are you taking a microphone to them or do they
Yeah.
need to come down and
I'll
speak at the
to
podium?
that as well. Yep, I'll speak to that as well.
Okay.
So yeah, before we get started on that, we do ask that everyone come down to the podium to make a public comment. We'll have some, I think, 2 microphones to kind of assist just because it's a lot of stairs, it's a lot of people. So we'll try to meet you where you are. If you can make it down or if you're in the front half of the room, please do come to the podium. Otherwise, kind of raise your hand and we'll try to meet you where you are, just to kind of streamline things a little bit, if that's all right. So just real quickly, I wanted to read just some basic stats and just an overview of the comments that we received, similar to what we did at the January 28th meeting. So real quickly, prior to the January 28th Planning Commission meeting, we received 43 emailed comments. Between January 29th and the meeting on February 25th, we received 41 comments. And since that meeting, the rescheduled meeting here tonight, we received 34 comments. We took those comments, we've made them available to our Board of Supervisors and our Planning Commission through their packet, and we have just generated a little summary here with the assistance of AI to make sure that all these things are kind of covered at a high level and read into the record without reading word for word. As I joked last time, there was some colorful language, which is understandable, but also just want to make sure we're capturing the topics that have been relayed. So real quickly, so this assisted summary consolidates the written public comments submitted regarding the proposed expansion of the Sentinel Green Fig Data Center at 13 South Backton Hill Road. Nearly all correspondence expresses strong community opposition, with only one supportive comment. Residents cite health, environment, economic, procedural, and quality of life concerns, emphasizing that the amended plan, representing 61% increase in size, constitutes a fundamentally new project, requiring new application, new scrutiny, and stronger protections. This is a summary generated by AI, just for the record. So, at a high level, environmental health concerns, air pollution from the diesel backup generators and mechanical systems, noise pollution, including 24/7 low-frequency hum from the chillers and generator testing, public health impacts referencing cancer risk, respiratory problems, potential long-term harm to children, seniors, and those in nearby schools and daycare centers, Superfund site risks, noting the facility sits on a remediated but not fully decontaminated site. Again, this is a summary just generated based on the comments that were received. Utility and infrastructure strain. Residents are deeply concerned with massive electricity consumption, potential grid overload, brownouts, and rationing, water consumption and pressure on both municipal and well water systems, the likelihood of significant utility rate increases for township residents, lack of transparent and independent studies on grid capacity, power demand, and water impacts. Under impacts to neighborhoods and community character, residents concerned about a decrease in property value near an industrial facility. Increased noise pollution and visual impact from a 1.6 million square foot windowless industrial structure. Long-term degradation of community desirability and suburban character. Construction and traffic and trail impacts, another category. Prolonged heavy construction and truck traffic, changes to traffic patterns due to building relocation and amended plans, need for protections for the Chester Valley Trail, which runs directly adjacent to the site. Concerns about procedural fairness and transparency. The original 2021 approval occurred during COVID with inadequate public notice and participation. Argument that 61% expansion and technology changes represent a new project, not a minor amendment. Expressed concern that the township appears more responsive to developers than residents. Request stronger zoning and ordinance protection to prevent similar projects in the future. Under requests for independent review and enforceable standards, independent environmental review for air, water, and soil emissions is needed. Independent power grid impact study and transparency around anticipated electricity usage. Binding noise limits at the residential property line with continuous third-party monitoring. Full-length sound walls and expanded tree buffers, particularly on the north and east sides of the site. Transparent enforcement tools, including penalties, required corrective action, and authority to suspend operations for noncompliance. Requirement for the developer to bear all associated costs, not the residents. The supportive comment expressed that the amended plan appears more environmentally responsible than the prior approval. The site is zoned appropriately. Rejection may lead to legal costs for the township. And in terms of overall community sentiment here, I suppose this is sort of the summary. Across a full set of comments, the community sentiment is overwhelmingly opposed to the expansion and in many cases to any data center at this location. Residents cite significant unanswered questions, persistent risks, lack of demonstrated community benefit, the permanence of negative impacts. Many explicitly urge the township to deny the expansion, require a new application, or if outright denial is impossible, impose the strongest possible binding protections. Sure. So if anybody would like to make a comment and you're able to make it to the podium, especially if you're in the sort of the front half of the room, you can use mine, sir. Yes, you do. Yeah. So what we're going to do is if you come to the front, we're going to send someone around to each of the three sort of back segments. And sir, if you'd like to use my microphone, you can. And then we're going to let this gentleman go second, if that's all right.
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Abel. Very well conducted. My name is Christopher Wright. Very good. 12 Fairway Drive. I'm about
One
20
moment. I think the noise of that she can't hear your name and the court reporter here.
Very good. My name is Christopher Wright. I'm at 12 Fairway Drive. I'm about 2,500 feet, 3,000 feet from the site that is in question. I'm retired engineer, electrical, audio. I did a lot of work in. I fear a daily drone that I've experienced at a lot of these kind of sites. It's a daily drone of a thrum that you hear. That a couple things I don't understand from the folks who talked tonight. One, I've never heard a air system quieter than a water system, cooling. But if they know something new I don't know about, but I'm very interested in what the overall sound level is going to be. I remember when they put up the sound walls and brought the sound of 202 down. It's fabulous. I really don't want to suddenly start hearing over all that on the other side of 202, a daily thrum from the sound. As far as the water usage goes, bravo. That site is a problem as far as what the previous company left behind. But anyway, I'll be done. My question is the sound. And that's what I've got to live with, and my neighbors who sent me.
Mr. Wright, we do have this sound expert right here, Carr Everbach, who can speak to some of your questions on the sound, and others, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am Professor Eric Carr Everbach, Swarthmore College Engineering Department. I have been an acoustical consultant since 1986, so this is my 40th year doing this. It is kind of part of my professional practice. I teach students, but I also do modeling. I do measurements of noise. And the report that was provided to me for analysis, and I met with Zach Barner on Zoom to query the details of the modeling done by the applicant and their consultant. And they have provided information on the noise characteristics of the chillers that they are expecting to put on the roof. And there are two things I wanted to say. One is thank you for the graphic there. One is that if you look on the right-hand side, this is the sort of 75% chill capacity. So this is the sort of normal sound. You'll see that the numbers are in the low 50s, especially to the north residences, which are the closest ones. I'm looking at 52 and 53 when they're testing the generators, but they're very close in the low 50s. You wouldn't do an average of locations. That's silly. I don't know why they did that. But you can look at any given line and you can see what those are. The gentleman who just spoke was asking about the quality of the sound or the thrum that he was worried about. So they also produced some other designs that showed what the frequency spectrum is, how much high, middle, and low frequency noise that are in these. And according to the information they presented from the manufacturer of the chillers, there's very little low frequency noise. That's what's different about the air-cooled chillers, is that versus the water-cooled chillers. The water-cooled chillers have large, slow-moving fans that typically have a thrum. These are small, fast-moving fans that are more high-frequency, sort of in the kilohertz range. And the data that was provided by the applicant, which is, again, based upon the chillers that they specified, shows curves that are very close to the noise spectrum in terms of how much of each sound there is. Of the sound, the ambient noise that I measured now from 202. So whatever thrum you get from traffic on 202, that is approximately the same kind of noise spectrum that these chillers are going to have, according to the best available evidence and information we have right now. I was concerned about the low frequency noise. There's not evidence that there's going to be significant low frequency noise.
Very good. I understand. My question now is, I see that you had these studies, though I don't know how you did it without having the equipment there, without having something producing it there. Anyway, my question is, afterwards, when we find out that we're living with this horrible sound every day, what can be done? What
Okay.
can be done to fix it? Will the company be responsible?
So the noise ordinances of East Whiteland Township are the issue. Those were set before the applicant, before I got involved. They are the rule that they're trying to meet. Those allow up to 60 decibels of background noise in the evenings and 10 decibels over background. So just for the general public, if you did turn to the person next to you and say, hello, in kind of a normal voice, that's about 60 decibels. And if you turn to them and said it half as loud, hello, that'd be about 50 decibels. And 50 decibels is what these charts estimate that the noise is going to be. These were not the result of measurement. These are the result of modeling based upon equations and physics as known from the generation of the sound, the propagation of the sound to the various points, the resonance there. And then the modeling software that the applicant's consultant used is the same modeling software I use and most acoustics consultants do. It's very well proven. And when actual buildings are made and structures are made and measurements are made after they are in existence, they match very well the modeling software. So I am highly confident that these numbers are not wrong. So my point is that the difference between 50 decibels and 60 decibels is a half. The 50 sounds half as loud. And that's right around the range of the background noise that's already on the site and around the site from 202. What I'm saying is that you're not going to get a thrum or a hum. You're going to hear something that is a lot like the background traffic you already have, and at about a level. It's going to be mixed into the background. In lulls in the traffic, you will probably hear some of the fans, but it doesn't mean it's going to be rattling your teeth. It's going to be there, but other times you won't notice it.
Okay,
I think I'm going to finish my testimony and answer any questions that I may, but I want to conclude with this point, that the standard to be met here is the noise ordinances, not...
please, we cannot hear him. Please let him finish responding to the question. Thank you.
I was hired to answer the question, does this facility as designed, will it meet East Whiteland Township noise ordinances? That's the question, not a bunch of other hypotheticals. Is not, could it ever be heard by anyone at any time? It was, will it meet the noise ordinances? And I think, yes, it will, as designed and built. To the question of what to do about it if it doesn't, well, first of all, you have noise ordinances, and second of all, the applicant has agreed at my recommendation to put in a noise monitoring system, which will, not only will it make sure it doesn't exceed noise ordinances, but if anything goes wrong with the equipment and it starts to make a funny sound, they'll know it and they'll fix it before it bothers anyone and also before it ruins their data center. So I think that's a good thing too. Ongoing monitoring is one of the answers to how do we know this is going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Everbach. Welcome. Okay, next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Chris Fontana. I live at the Wickfield community. I work in real estate technology, specializing in mortgages and home sales. And I'm here tonight because I believe this board deserves the full picture before making a decision that will affect the value of every home in this township. The developer has cited a George Mason University study to assure you that data centers don't hurt home values. I want to be fair, this was written by real researchers, but here's what they didn't tell you. The study's own author said, and I'm quoting directly, "Always be careful with what the data says and what it doesn't." This is quoted from the FXBG Advanced newspaper. He went on to explain that Northern Virginia is a different kind of residential market, one where decades of underbuilt housing and pent-up demand might mask effects that would otherwise be visible. In other words, the very conditions that made the market look fine are conditions that do not exist here. East Whiteland is not Northern Virginia. We do not have decades of suppressed housing supply propping up our prices. What you see in our home values is what you get, and that means we are far more exposed to the kind of impact that study was unable to detect, not because it doesn't exist, but because the market conditions there were hiding it. The researcher who wrote this study is telling you not to over-rely on it, and when you look more closely, it gets worse. The study looks at homes sold near data centers, but in the neighborhood most directly affecting the Great Oak subdivision in Prince William County, sitting directly 600 feet adjacent to Amazon's facilities, journalists investigated and found that not one of the roughly 30 homes closest to the data centers had sold in the 3 years the study covered. Not one. This study literally cannot measure the impact on the homes most at risk because those homeowners aren't selling. That is not proof that their homes kept their value. That might be proof that they felt trapped. And what were they living with? Residents documented a constant, low-pitched industrial roar measured against the county's own noise ordinance, found to be in violation 60% of the time. Even after Amazon spent money on mitigation, independent testing found the noise still exceeded acceptable limits and at more than half the locations tested. That is not a hypothetical. That happened to real families and real homes. We are not talking about a large data center. We are talking about a facility the size of a small city's entire power grid, proposed for the backyard of a residential township. What I'm asking here tonight is not complicated. Before this board approves a project of this scale, the residents of East Whiteland deserve an independent answer to one simple question. What will this do to the value of our homes? Not a regional study from a different market, not a report commissioned for a policy paper, a licensed independent appraisal, a real noise study, answers that are specific to this community, these streets, and these families. That is not too much to ask. The Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code, the law that governs this commission and authority, exists for one purpose: to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of this community. East Whiteland's own ordinances echo those exact words. I'm not here tonight asking you to kill this project. I'm asking you to do your job as the law defines it. This proposal has changed substantially in size, footprint, power consumption, and risk to this community since it was first reviewed in zoning. It deserves to be treated as what it is, a new project, and reviewed from the beginning. Now, I'm asking this commission to recommend denial of this amendment to the Board of Supervisors and to send it back to the Zoning Hearing Board for a full review. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I do have a question, though, actually related to your comments. This planning commission is a recommending body. We are not the board that's going to approve or deny that a data center gets built. I also would like to go back to my opening statements where I explained that this data center is coming. It's an approved data center. The question remains, which plan is going to be better for our community? That's where we're at. I understand you don't like the answer, but that's where we are realistically. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tony Giannino, and I live along with my wife and 2 young children in Malvern Hunt. I'm here because I believe we all share a primary responsibility, ensuring that East Whiteland's growth is never subsidized by the financial security of its residents. We are being asked to review an amendment, but a 60% increase in size and mass is not a tweak, it's a transformation. This project has jumped from about 1 million square feet to over 1.6 million square feet. Most critically, the power demand has surged to 290 megawatts. To put that in human terms, There are approximately 210,000 households in all of Chester County. If approved, this single site would draw more power than every single home in our entire county combined. This is a massive industrial event sitting in the residential backyard of me and my family. Now, we may hear, just as you just mentioned, Ms. Abel, a suggestion that this amendment is denied. The developer will simply revert to the previously approved 2024 plan. But we need to be honest about the plan's viability. Their own leadership at our last meeting has already gone on the record calling that plan outdated. Reverting would mean excavating basements, a massive environmental liability on a Superfund cap that the EPA's record of decision specifically guards against. They know, and we know, that a water-cooled, basement-heavy design is a technological dinosaur that no modern AI investor wants. They aren't threatening us with a backup plan. They are trying to bluff this board into approving expansion that violates the current standards. Our concern is simple. Who pays for the massive grid upgrades this 290 megawatt draw requires? The landscape of Pennsylvania law has shifted dramatically to protect us. House Bill 1924, the Load Forecast Accountability Act, and Public Utility Commission Docket M 2025-305-4271, both of which I will provide to the board, now mandate a large load tariff. This ensures the developer, not the neighbors, pay for their own infrastructure. Furthermore, Governor Shapiro's grid standards established on February 4th, 2026, prior to the amendment of the January 28th meeting, are explicit. Developers must fully fund their own power upgrades without increasing energy cost to a single local family. My question to this board is this: has the developer provided a signed contribution and aid of construction agreement guaranteeing that 100% of these grid costs are paid up front? Without that guarantee, this board is being asked to co-sign a plan that could trigger a 20% spike in our neighbors' utility bills. We ask you to defer any recommendation until the developer proves full compliance with these state-level cost protections. This is not an amendment, it's a new project. Send it back to the zoning hearing board for a full public hearing, and let's protect East Whiteland Township.
Would the applicant like to respond?
I still have time. That was at about 30
Yeah,
seconds.
go ahead.
Yep. So regarding the House Bill 1924, I'm submitting House Bill 1924 to Pennsylvania law now requires Public Utility Commission to audit the financial commitments of large load customers like this one. Has a developer submitted their financial proof to the public utility? I believe a gentleman earlier actually answered that question. If not, this board is jumping the gun on a project that the state hasn't been validated yet. In regards to Governor Shapiro's grid standards, I'm submitting the governor's 2026 budget proposal. Sorry, I was just trying to get through it.
Yeah.
All right, I have some things to submit, if that's okay.
Your time's up, sir. I'm sorry, and we would like to get some of the answers to
Certainly.
the.
May I submit some material to the board?
Absolutely.
Okay. Leave it here or walk up?
You can give it to Zach right there. Okay.
Thank you for the time.
Mr. Colagracco would like to address those questions.
The one question that I would like to address is there seems to be some misunderstanding about the procedure. There's no universe in which this goes back to the zoning board. The zoning board has made
Can we please just be respectful? Let him finish, and you can come to the podium and speak as everyone else has. Thank you.
Thank you. The zoning board made a decision. From that decision on the use, which the township supported, data center on this property. From that decision, you are then required to submit land development plans, which was done previously and approved. All of this talk about going back to the beginning, I don't understand, because the township has been reviewing this current application as a new application. We've gone through the same review process that the land development plans went through in 2021. We've been to planning commission meetings, we've been to supervisor meetings, we followed the same process that any developer in the township would have to follow in filing a new land development plan. So if the thought process here is that somehow this goes back to the zoning board, that won't happen. We call it an amended plan. You can call it a new plan because that's the way the township's been treating it. We haven't gotten any largesse or any breaks by calling it an amended plan. All of the township consultants have reviewed it against township ordinances from A to Z. It's not like they skipped 4 chapters because it's an amended plan. So I just wanted to get the procedural element straight, because as to the other, the PICO guarantee and Governor Shapiro's bills, that sounds very interesting. It sounds like the governor is doing what he can to cap fees or cap rates on residents. I don't know enough about that to speak intelligently about it, but I just wanted to address the first part.
Hello, sir. If you could just state your name and address.
Yeah, hi. My name is Sriram Krishnan. I live in Malvern Hunt, and I've been a resident in East Whiteland for over 22 years, where my wife and I raised our 2 kids. I have a PhD in acoustics. Sorry. I reviewed the applicant's acoustic study on the township website. Several assumptions raise questions about whether the analysis evaluates both the loudest realistic operating conditions of the facility and potential health impacts. First, the acoustic study assumes that emergency generator operation would not be subject to township noise limits, and they quote section 133-7 of the ordinance. However, that section regulates when certain activities may occur. The section that actually establishes both the township's noise limits and emergency exemptions is 133-4. Under that section, exemptions for emergency activity apply only to municipal agencies and public utilities. A private industrial facility does not fall within those exemptions, so emergency operation must be studied further. Second, the acoustic model appears to evaluate typical operating conditions rather than worst-case scenarios. Even at 100% building utilization as presented, the study models chillers operating at 79% capacity, limits cooling fans to 60% speed, and assumes design day temperatures in the summer rather than extreme summer conditions that we have faced here in the township. Because the township ordinance regulates peak sound levels, not typical conditions, the model must reflect the loudest realistic operating scenarios. Finally, the township's ordinance includes an additional safeguard when near residential areas, section 133-8. That provision makes it unlawful for an activity to unreasonably interfere with the enjoyment of neighboring properties or endanger the health and safety of Thank you. Sorry, I don't know where I could. So section 133. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Section 133.8 recognizes that numerical sound limits alone may not fully capture the real-world impact of industrial noise on nearby residential communities, especially when those facilities are located directly across from homes. Public health research identifies noise above 40 decibels as associated with health effects and is used by many regulators to regulate sound in residential areas. Also, as noted before, large mechanical systems produce low-frequency sound, causing a persistent hum. The effect of low-frequency sound is actually underestimated in this analysis by using A-weighted curves. This is why data centers are often located far from residences. Even if the applicant claims to meet the numerical limits in the ordinance, this section obligates the township to consider residents' health of a project and study those impacts, including overall sound, as well as the impact at low frequencies. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the township to clarify these issues and ensure the acoustic analysis evaluates the facility under the loudest realistic operating conditions may experience and the impact of their health before relying on the study's conclusions. I do have a one-page report which outlines these concerns and clarifications that should be required before proceeding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Everbach, can you speak to some of this gentleman's information he provided? I thought you said that the model was done on a 100% scale.
So there are a series, there's the next slide if you want to go to it, that shows the 100%. Now, what does that mean? That means that this is unusual, but it could happen. And I want everyone to notice that the numbers have changed 1 decibel from 52 to 53 or from 53 to 54. Those are still below 60. And more than 10 decibels above ambient because the ambient background noise at the site is in the low to mid 50s. as measured by anyone who cares to go out there and measure it right now. I do think that there are some good points in the previous speaker, and they had to do with human response to noise. But the difference here is A, we're dealing with noise ordinances, not any possible effect of people, and B, it's a site that has a relatively high background noise, and the frequency spectrum of the chillers do not contain the low frequencies that the previous speaker was worried about, as far as we know, based upon the manufacturer's measurements. Thank you.
Hi, Nick Marzorati, Sentinel. So the sound study models 2 operational conditions. One we feel is a practical worst case maximum, which represents a building that is 75% loaded, and that results in chillers operating at much reduced part load capacity. The worst case limit that we ran, which is a second operational scenario, considers a building 100% electrically utilized, but because that as a data center operator, we are required to install redundant equipment, all of the equipment would be operating at reduced capacity. So the second scenario, which we have indicated, which is a hot summer day on a 100% electrically utilized building, is what's reflected in operational state 2 in the sound study.
So the sound study assumed a low noise of 60%. So can you guarantee that it would stay at that low noise switch of 60% and never go above that?
So there's an operational software feature that these chillers offer. What we've commit to is ongoing monitoring. We think yes, based on the operational data that has been provided to us by the manufacturer. And so all we can really do is install and show with modeling results that we believe will be below it, and continuously monitor for overages, which based on actual real working scenarios, we don't believe we'll be at.
And actually, I have a follow-up question for the sound professor. You said that you cited the ordinances, but did you look at section 133-8? And can you guarantee that based on this study, there will be no health or enjoyment effects as stated in that ordinance?
I can tell you the physics. I cannot tell you the biology.
So one of our commission members would like to know the name of the manufacturer of the equipment.
So these are Munters air-cooled chillers. They're by Munters, Munters.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shiva Kapsi. I'm a resident of Malvern Hunt and been living there for the last 24 years. I am a scientist researching and developing medicines for cancer and respiratory diseases. My career is built on science, and I believe in its power to improve and protect human life. But science also tells us what not to do. And it tells us clearly not to build a data center in the middle of a community. And it certainly tells us definitely not near schools, daycare centers, and residential communities. This expanded data center possesses a great threat to our health and the future of children growing in our area. Air pollution is the most immediate danger. Data centers rely on fossil fuel power plants and diesel backup operators that release nitrogen oxides and the fine particulate matter. So these are the pollutants scientifically linked to increased respiratory diseases, cardiovascular illness, and elevated cancer risk. A recent study from Caltech, as well as the UC Riverside, found that by 2030, air pollution could cause as many as 1,300 premature deaths. every year in the US, with public health costs approaching $20 billion annually. One main pollutant, which is known as the PM 2.5, which is the fine particulate matter, it's also called as the lung penetrating fine particles. So science shows beyond doubt that even a long-term exposure below the current federal standard increases the risk of heart failure, asthma attacks, respiratory infection, and premature death. To give you an example, the example of an impact of AI-driven data center activity, researchers recently calculated the emissions produced during the training of a large language model, LLMs, such as the Meta's Llama 3.1. So the electricity generation required for the single training cycle produced air pollution equivalent to more than 10,000 car round trips between Los Angeles and New York City. Okay? So this is just training one LLM model. This is not an abstract. An independent analysis found that on-site power systems in the Loudoun County in Northern Virginia could cause anywhere between $50 to $100 million per year in health-related damages. Air pollution does not stop at property lines. The impacts were found not only in neighboring counties, but also across the entire Washington. So water usage is another problem. But I think let me get to the key thing here is, we still do not understand the long-term health impacts of living near a data center. Very little research has been done to date. So what I ask the township is that they must request an independent study of cumulative environmental and health effects before moving forward. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please come back and state your name again for the court reporter? And spell it, maybe?
Sure, it's Shiva, S-H-I-V-A. And last name is Kapsi with K-A-P-S-I. P-S-I.
Thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Can I make it stand so I can? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
No.
You gotta
get close. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll hold it. Yeah. Hi, I'm Namita Kapsi, a resident of Malvern Hunt for the last 24 years. Hi, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Can you say your name again for the reporter and
sure.
Maybe spell it?
Namita Kapsi, N-A-M-I-T-A, and K-A-P-S-I is the last name. I'm a resident of Malvern Hunt for the last 24 years. We've loved living here all these years, raising our little family and enjoying the beautiful environment. With a background in pharmacy and a passion for mental health advocacy, I'm well aware and deeply concerned about the devastating neurological effects and mental health implications associated with data center activities. The brain is the engine of our body.
Speak slower, please. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right. As I was saying, brain is the engine of our body, and when the brain is affected, we become a host to a wide range of illnesses. Our mental and emotional health are key to a healthy life. The constant exposure to low-frequency noise, vibrations, neurotoxic pollutants, and the 24/7 light pollution can lead to chronic stress and anxiety, cognitive decline, sleep deprivation, headaches, and migraines, to name a few. As someone who suffers from migraines, I can attest these debilitating triggers are only going to be intensified with the data center coming right across our street. There are studies that these neurological triggers have alarming health risks on pregnant women and fetal health too. And not only people, but the pets and local wildlife will also be impacted, as they are even more sensitive to the low frequency noise. And the Chester Valley Trail, which will only be a few feet away from the data center, which is popularly used by all the East Whiteland Township residents and the neighboring areas for health and recreation. But there are studies that prove that even short-term exposure to the noise and air pollution have serious consequences on one's health. So the presence of a data center is a huge contradiction to the benefits of what the trail provides. So this makes me question how the township would approve a data center in the midst of a residential area. And the most recent highlight about data centers is 2 days ago, 3 data centers in the Middle East were bombed with the ongoing war there. So this is a big alarm that data centers are becoming emerging targets for critical military targets during conflicts. So why do we need a military target in the midst of a residential community? To add to it, we have a gas pipeline and Superfund site all together in one place, making it a perfect recipe for a disastrous event. So how well is the township prepared for such a situation? To this point, I would like to describe an analogy here. If you go on a trip with your family and you realize in the middle of the way that there is imminent danger ahead and it's no more safe for the family to proceed, what would you do? I believe you would retreat, because safety would be the first priority, and you would not care about the money that you put in your trip. So likewise, I ask you to consider the safety of the residents here. Our lives and health are at the stake due to your decisions. Life is not only about tax benefits. The changes proposed to the original plan are substantial. This is not an amendment. So I request the Planning Commission to carefully consider and deny this and send it back to the Zoning Committee. Thank you.
Well done.
Yes, she's going to supply you with a copy of it.
You can give it to him.
Okay, sir.
Yes, hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll spell my name for you. It's S-R-I-N-I, first name, Tetali, T-E-T-A-L-I. All right? Okay, thank you. Good evening. Can you put the clock straight up, please? And can you go back, because I think there were a couple of seconds when I just said. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the thought too. Hello and good evening, the Planning Commission and fellow residents of East Whiteland Township. My name is Srini Tatali. I'm an MD, medical doctor living in Melbourne Hunt in the East Whiteland Township, a taxpayer and a voter. We vote in every election that is being conducted. Okay, as a medical doctor who has lived here in this part of East Whiteland Township for 18 years without disruptions in this beautiful community that we all enjoy, I'm quite concerned to see the data center that not only was approved to build across our neighborhood, filled with families, but is being allowed to expand. Because that is the point of discussion today, as you very kindly reminded us. I understand that. But the question that I'm going to raise with my little talk over here is to really bring up the health side effects and the deleterious health side effects that should have been taken into account on first hand before the data center was even approved. All of us who have lived here, kids grow up in this neighborhood. My kids went to Great Valley Middle School for some time and happily playing outside and involved in outdoor activities. And the beautiful trail that's across us. So with this expansion, what was normal life will be no more. No more. For the residents, as this data center will bring multiple disruptions, and I will highlight those, to health. So first of all, let's talk about what is causing these. The causative factor for all of this is the pollutants that emit from a data center, and this is proven scientific fact. You should all agree with this, I'm sure, because I think somebody has mentioned this. Fine particulate matter with PM 2.5, anything less than 2.5 microns is very dangerous. But along with that, nitrogen oxide and black carbon. So what do these things do? These things enter the bloodstream through the lungs, trigger systematic inflammation, cause oxidative stress, and damage to the blood vessel walls. Over the years, which I'm sure you have not done this kind of studies, sir, it can develop into atherosclerosis, block and build up in the arteries, hypertension, and increased risk of health and strokes. Same thing with neurological health. This causes the same thing. Fine particulate matter keeps coming up. Heat and microclimate change is also very, very important, as increased local temperatures, heat-related stress during extreme weather. And these same pollutants also cause pregnancy-related concerns: low birth weight, preterm birth, placental inflammation, increased risk of pregnancy complication. So it is quite positively shocking to me that in spite of knowing all of these concerns of health, a data center is being given the permission not only to be built right across the community, but also expand. So my question to you as a voting citizen, knowing this, is what are you going to do? What are you going to recommend and do to the Board of Supervisors? This is very important. So just a couple of seconds, sir. I know you're very much with the clock. So the thing that I would ask is that the board, the company, and your team has not really talked about health studies that have been done. I know professor of audiology, has talked about the levels of whatever. Sorry, yeah, the decibels of sound and stuff. But it's very important to know that what these things are actually going to cause. So that's why, as a medical doctor, I'm here to talk about this, and I hope it's clear. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, good afternoon, or good evening. My name
Good
is
evening.
Richard Wall, W-A-L-L, and I live in East Whiteland Township. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Can you hear me? My name is Richard Wall. East Whiteland is not only my home, it's my place of employment. I'm an adjunct professor here at Penn State Great Valley. One of my offices is up there, and the faculty that I work with, it's an honor and a privilege to be here and to represent my community. One of my courses here in this building is entitled Ethical Professional Leadership. The core of my teaching encourages adult graduate students to make the right decision under difficult circumstances. I encourage you to do the same by rejecting this proposed amendment. This amendment represents a fundamental breach of the core mandate governing land use in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which is to, quote, provide for the general welfare as codified in the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code, Article 1, Section 105. All decisions, therefore, must protect health and safety and preserve natural and historic resources. This is a mandate. To be clear, you are being asked to approve a massive industrial footprint atop a lithium-contaminated Superfund site adjacent to hundreds of homes filled with children and a vibrant immigrant population, as well as a daycare center on Backton Hill Road and an American Revolutionary battlefield. This proposal represents a clear mismatch in scale and presents risk of physical and financial harm, thereby inviting litigation. This proposal violates, quote, the valid public purpose standard of the NPC because it presents a permanent conflict with local infrastructure, environmental conditions, and quality of life, health, and safety. The applicant characterizes 629,830 square feet of building coverage and a substantial relocation of industrial equipment as an amendment to the 2024 board approval. These are not minor deviations under established Pennsylvania land use case law. Rather, they constitute substantial and material changes to the approved application, representing a fundamental departure from the plan itself. However, these substantial and material changes were not presented before the planning board. As such, the right of the public to be informed of the details in order to respond and present evidence and argument was bypassed in the violation of NPC. To quote, this is a quote, "To respond and present evidence and argument, we have to be notified of the information in order to object to it. We are called objectors and we have a right to a 30-day appeal. This new information deprived us of that constitutional right. It violates the NPC. As such, a new zoning application is required, so the rights enshrined As such, a new zoning application is required, so the rights enshrined in the NPC are preserved. In conclusion, when the facade of marketing and presentations is removed from this analysis and replaced by critical thinking and the facts presented to you this evening, it is crystal clear the approval of this amendment will serve as a legislative abandonment of the obligation to safeguard our community's public health, investments, and preservation of national heritage.
Thank
Finally,
you, sir.
I've been
You're an
interrupted by
hour-
applause.
you're-
I'm
You're a
entitled to
minute and
finish.
23 seconds
I'm going to
over.
continue
I have
because
to
I was
let other
violated.
people speak.
I began my career in the city of Philadelphia as an assistant district attorney. I stood before members of my community. I presented facts and asked them to serve justice. I swore an oath of office. It is in this light that I ask you to remember, ladies and gentlemen, the NPC exists to protect general welfare, not facilitate its destruction.
Thank you for your comments. Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'll pull it out. All right, good evening. Thank you all for being here and hearing us out. I appreciate that. I'm Kelly Donia, and I live at 10 Corbin Drive, right across from where this data center is going to be. I also work on the eastern side at 1 South Backton Hill Road, so I will live and breathe this every day. So will my team. Everything that I'm hearing tonight and everything I've researched about data centers, it concerns me. Even if you ask AI, are data centers good? The overwhelming answer is no. Put that on, tell us. With certainty, though, our property values are going to go down and our utilities are going to go up. But when it comes to our health, safety, and general welfare, uncertainty is what I'm hearing. If we think back to new technologies or drugs or inventions that come out and even after preliminary testing and research were found to harm us, think about asbestos, DDT, social media, OxyContin. All of these were thought to be good at first and later to be found harmful. Some of these ended up spurring billions of dollars in lawsuits. Not knowing what the effects of the data center's noise, pollution, massive energy consumption, or other unknowns, I would ask that you take a pause. Right now, there are multiple bills being considered to keep data centers away from residential areas because of the unknowns. And I know that this is not going to be, this is grandfathered in, but we need to take a pause. If you cannot be 100% sure that this will not affect our well-being, health, environment, and pocketbooks, then please turn down this amended plan. If you're in your mission statement, you promise to serve our community and the citizens of East Whiteland Township in order to improve the quality of life for all of our citizens. Approving this plan with all of this uncertainty is against your mission statement. I am sure, thank you. I am sure that there is fear of lawsuit to the township from this developer. I would like you to consider the lawsuits that could occur from the citizenry if you ended up approving. Not just lawsuits because we're angry or scared or not in line with development. I would like you to consider the lawsuits regarding the health that you could end up facing. Lawsuits that could involve children. Are you ready to be accountable for that? Would you rather be sued for the right reasons rather than the wrong? It's not too late, Planning Commission in East Whiteland Township. It's never too late to do the right thing. Planning Commission, this new plan has significant changes that come with significant impacts. It requires a new application, not an amendment. Please recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny this amended application.
Thank you, Kelly. If there is anyone who has read a speech and would like it entered into the record for tonight's meeting, please provide it to Zach Barner here, our Director of Planning.
You can email them after the meeting as well. Township Manager Steve Brown is helping us keep track of them. Just hand them off to me if you have them, or send us tomorrow when you get back home tonight.
Okay, hello.
Hi, can you wait for me to spell my long name before you start the
Sure.
clock? My name is Ginny Marcel Kersleg, GINNYMARCILLE-KERSLAKE. Thank you very much. I live in West Whiteland Township, and can you hear me now? Thank you. I live in West Whiteland Township. I want to start by clarifying a few things that I heard tonight. First of all, Mr. Colgreco said that West Whiteland approved this plan, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Just to clarify, West Whiteland Township has not even reviewed this plan. What we did was we reviewed and the Board of Supervisors approved the Storm Water Basin Plan. Had nothing to do with what you have before you. For the record, I voted no on that on the Planning Commission. Another thing, in the economic impact numbers that we saw, what you did not see was state sales tax. That's because this developer had a lobbyist in Harrisburg get a state sales tax exemption for data centers in 2021. So while we pay state sales tax, this individual and all data centers will not. Mr. Ledane, the developer, said, all costs will be covered by the developer. But that's not actually the case. He will benefit from this. Everyone sitting in this front row, union members that are here, they will benefit from some temporary construction jobs, and then those are gone. The rest of us will bear the costs, the community, the environment, and all Pennsylvanians. There are significant changes in this amendment, and they come with significant increases in the impacts. We have twice the footprint, which is twice the impervious surface. 70% more square footage, which means 70% more processing capacity, more heat generation, more power consumption, and potentially more noise. The generators have been moved from the basement to outside. And when we say generators, we mean, let me do the math. I think it's 68 industrial-sized generators. And we heard that 2 of them will be run simultaneously for 1 hour each month. So that equates to 34 hours per month, or roughly 9 hours per week of 2 of those things running that people are going to have to endure, especially across the road. I've been to Virginia. In January, I went there to see for myself what Data Center Alley was like. And what the applicants are saying here in terms of their sound claims is not what I experienced in a place that's very close to Dulles Airport. You certainly can hear this dull hum. This will have potentially devastating impacts to the surrounding homes, schools, parks, and the trail. Malvern Hunt, those homes are 0.15 miles to 0.7 miles away from this data center. I sure as hell wouldn't want to live there, and I think every single one of you would not as well. This is not an amendment. These are significant changes. This needs to go to a new application. And one thing, if the Board of Supervisors were to deny this amended application, the applicant has two choices. They could go back to the plan that they already had approved in 2024, which for some reason they don't want to use, or they could go back to square one and submit a new application. I urge you to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they deny this amended application. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? All right. I'm Christy Largent from East Whiteland Township, Largent. And like many of those before me, I'm here to speak out against the amendment of the proposed construction of the data center in our community. I, along with many others that we've heard from, am gravely concerned about the negative impacts of this building this center will have on the community, in addition to the toll it will take on the resources, water, power, roads, sinkholes, and increase our already ever-increasing prices. The environmental and health concerns are an even bigger concern. I have not seen enough literature, even from their plan that they presented tonight, that convinces me that there won't be air or noise pollution, or that there won't be an abundance of toxins released by tampering with the EPA Superfund site, leading to health risks, especially among the children. So I ask you, wouldn't it be a better investment for our children and community to vote no on this amendment and to plant even more trees? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me good? Yes. My name is Douglas Strang. I'm a resident of East Whiteland and also an apprentice with the Steamfitters Local Union 420. I'd like to begin by saying that I respect all the viewpoints being shared here tonight. However, I'd like to offer a different perspective, one that focuses on the job opportunities that are tied in with this project. This job would have a tremendous impact on the working men and women in our union and also many other local construction organizations. Throughout my time, I've seen many people in and out of employment due to the natural slow periods that the construction field brings, but this project will provide consistent work to the dedicated workers, and their families would benefit greatly. I've also witnessed this commercial property struggle to be developed over the years, and I'm ready for it to finally serve a purpose. This new era of AI shows no signs of slowing, and it's only a matter of time until it comes to our community. This development has installed strict standards to conserve energy at every turn, and these will be implemented by the trained professionals of our workforce on the job site. I highly advocate we push this through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and please be respectful.
Hello,
Do you want
my
to?
name-
Would you like to enter your comments for the record? Good evening, sir.
Hello, Bob Urban, URBAN, live in Wickfield. Just have a couple of questions. One is actually a follow-up on the question you asked, Deb, about how many data centers this company has built. I want to know how many data centers of 1.6 million square feet they have built. Zero? That's surprising. And how many of you built next to a residential area? Zero. Okay. And I know these aren't. I guess.
Excuse me. I believe you got the answer from the audience and not from the applicant.
Well, I'm
Can we let
waiting to
them
hear.
answer the question?
Should be an easy one. 1.6 million square foot data centers. How many have you built?
We have not built a 1.6. We are not built. We have built.
Finish his answer, please.
individual buildings north of 500,000 feet, which is what we're building here. And almost every data center we built is near residences.
Yeah, I've built a data center too about 20 years ago. It's only 50,000 square feet. And these aren't regulations of your township, but have there been any studies done by environmental health specialists? If we don't know, you can answer that later in the written law. Or industrial hygienists. I was listening to testimony out of Michigan that was really scary. It's by experts in those fields, industrial hygienists and environmental health specialists. And they're talking about putting a 1-year moratorium in place in Michigan against building any kind of data center anywhere, because they're saying it's not only the decibel emission of the site that matters. I think one of the previous speakers who had the PhD in acoustics said like 40 decibels is safe, but they say, you know, you can meet your decibel limits, but then the low frequency vibration, they said they have studies showing it has negative effect on pregnant women, on fetus development, on children that are in early development. It has effect on sleep, and it's increased suicide rates. So I'm assuming none of those studies have been done because you don't have ordinances in it, but I think you're opening a whole can of worms here for lawsuits when people start getting injuries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Anthony Olagino. I live at 323 Piper Lane. So I live right across from
I'm sorry, can you speak up? I don't think she heard you.
Anthony Olagino, Oligino. I live at 323 Piper Lane, so I live right across from the proposed site. Everybody's throwing around this number, 1.6 million square feet. I mean, this is ridiculous. Do you know a Costco is only 200,000? So you're talking about 8 Costcos stacked up on top of each other. It's insane. And I just heard tonight it's going to be 64 feet high, but they're going to build 5-foot berms. So that'll help. I mean, you got to be kidding me. I'm an electrical engineer, and let me tell you, this thing is not only going to be big, but it is going to be loud. And somehow these chillers are going to solve all the problems. Listen to this. The low frequency hum below 200 hertz is particularly problematic. It penetrates walls and is nearly impossible to block. Can travel up to a mile. Residents outside the Ashburn, Virginia, and Goodyear, Arizona data centers report hearing a hum clearly from a half-mile away, especially in the early morning hours, and many describe it as a vibration, which makes it difficult to sleep. You're building this right across the street from 2 housing developments. I think it's insane. I think it should be stopped.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Oliver Brooks. I'm living in East Whiteland for over 40 years. I raised my family here with my wife, and I've always enjoyed it, our stay here. I don't have a lot of knowledge about the ins and outs of this project because I only came across it in the last week or so. I haven't done any research like some of these doctors and.
Sir, can you hold the mic closer to your mouth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But I want to tell you that my name Oliver Brooks, I can follow it with the 3 words CFA, which means Chartered Financial Analyst. Chartered Financial Analyst is charged with a wide range of financial work, but at the heart of it is analyzing capital expenditure. So when I came here, I said, oh, this is a project, a capital expenditure project, a massive one. It should be very interesting. Right?
Sir, she cannot hear you and therefore can't record your words. Can you please speak into the mic
let me
closer?
try and go a little slower, right? Okay, can you hear now? Okay. Someone said when we started the discussion that we are not allowed to talk about finance. I think that's incredible. A project cannot go forward, or should not go forward, unless there's a serious financial analysis taking place on it and come up with a finding. You might want to know, chartered financial analysts are subject to reviews, right? And their citation is that they should provide a financial analyst which is tried and true, well researched, and they can represent conclusions that is to benefit the organization that is relying on their expertise. And I would say this audience here, finance is part of their world. You know, they make choices, they look at costs, they make decisions, long term, if they have kids, some short term if they're going to a movie tonight. So it's beyond me why this group here, who is overseeing this project, doesn't have a financial analysis in front of us this evening to evaluate the project from that point of view. So from that point alone, I would not give my support to this project in its current form. A gentleman over here mentioned something that I thought was very tropical. That recently we heard Governor Shapiro talk about projects who are going on with, like this one, massive projects. And his thought was there should be insurance that the folks who are leading these projects, developing them, benefiting from them, should stand both the benefits and the costs. And I would say, I would doubt very much that you've analyzed all the costs and ensured that they're going to go back onto the developer. I mean, the people in East Whiteland here, like just residents, should not be made to stand some of the costs. This is a long life project. I heard one of the comments to me that there was I can't think of it, what the word now. We are on a hook to PICO for $30 million, right? Which they can tip into if their costs are not recouped by their investment. But there was a limit of 5 years. No, this project, this data center, if built, will be there for 20 or 30 years. 5 years is a very short time in a project like this. So I would urge you, as the lead reviewer and promoter of this project, to bring in a good financial analyst and who can let you know the financial issues that are there, which you may not have thought of, and to structure it so that the beneficiaries of the project from the grant revenue also stand the costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Katie Muth, K-A-T-I-E-M-U-T-H. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I represent Senate District 44 in the Pennsylvania State Senate. If you're not familiar, that's, thank you, Berks, Chester, and Montgomery counties, parts of. Thank you. And currently realizing that it is the land of high voltage power lines and what that means for the people that I represent. So I am honored to represent the people behind me and work with them to promote a safe community for all. But I wanted to bring up a few things. And if anybody wants to respond from the applicant side, please do at the end. I want to just emphasize something when we talk about protections and sound barriers and all these jazzy gadgets that are hopeful to mitigate harm, is the only true protection that's 100% foolproof is distance. Because if a sound wall fails, or there's a mechanical failure, or there's some accident that causes a fire, distance is what protects you from harm. And so I urge you to look at, again, how they're showing you in evidence. If they've built data centers prior, I think it's important for you to see those data centers and go and listen to the sound and have them measure sound there. Show us how you've mitigated this harm. Maybe it can be done. I haven't seen it yet, but I think they obviously deserve the opportunity to try. But right now, what they've presented lacks low frequency noise accountability for your residents And also, I was reading how it was said that the Williams compressor station, a massive gas compressor station in the township, right behind Malvern Hunt, was going to somehow drown out the noise of this facility. And I want to be very clear that you don't get to come in as a project and start at your own 0 decibel. You come in and you're a baseline. The baseline is where you start, and you can't go above whatever the ordinance says. Do I think your ordinance is based on a health standard? No. I think it's based on an industry standard, and that is something that all municipalities and state law really need to reconsider, because our entire state law about any protection is based on an industry standard, not a health standard. So I think it's important for the public to understand that. I also want to talk about how earlier speaker talked about the municipal planning code, and they definitely hit the points, but we also have a constitutional right to clean air and clean water, and you all have to protect that in your role. And I have like 400 other points, but maybe someone will give me 1 extra minute. But I do want to hit on this, that there was things mentioned at the beginning, and this is a common theme, unfortunately, in Pennsylvania, is to give grant money for economic redevelopment. 2017, this applicant received a $10 million grant and loan from DCED to help clean up and remediate a site. To be fair to him, the program offered by the state does not require full cleanup. So he does not have to fully clean up. It's supposed to go toward cleanup. I learned that in my own township with Penhurst Holdings and a data center that it still remains a brownfield. I just want to point out that on the EPA website that's linked on your township website, that the site milestone still says that it has not yet achieved deletion from the national priorities list, and it has not yet achieved statewide ready for anticipated reuse. So I don't know if that's a clerical error or where that is, but that is current as of today before I drove here at 5:17 p.m. That's incredibly important. And I can't stress enough to you that this is a new project. This is massive in size, and it should be reconsidered that way. And to fairness of this community, you should start it over. Go back through the process. If they can prove it and that this isn't harmful, then they should be able to do that and not be fearful of having a full review of this new application, because that is what it is. My other questions, thank you, are the coolant. There was refrigerate, I think it was called. I don't know if that's the right, if I'm saying that correctly, it's like effluent. You said it was non-hazardous, but I didn't catch the name of it. Was the chemical or the product revealed when you asked that question? No. Okay, I just didn't know, and I just bring this up is because non-hazardous, frack waste that's radioactive from oil and gas operations in Pennsylvania is deemed non-hazardous under state exemptions, so that makes me very nervous as to what it is.
Yeah, I was looking online. I couldn't find anything. It's Munters, I think, is the name of the
system.
Yeah, the brand.
The brand is that the brand of the
cooled chiller. I couldn't find anything about the material that's used. Correct. Yes. The coolant.
The coolant. I'm calling it coolant.
Right, because I mean, I think typically, Katie, I know I'm using your time. Sorry. So typically coolants would be like HCFCs, HFCs, which are hazardous. So it would be good to know what is being used.
So the refrigerant used in the Munters chiller is R513A. It's a zero ozone depletion refrigerant, and it is the most current and industrial use for refrigeration equipment right now.
Can you repeat R513A?
That's right.
It's also it's the same refrigerant used in most supermarket cooling, everything around the town. And it's also on the Superfund issue. That is a clerical error, an unfortunate one on the website. That if you'd like, we have someone here who shepherded this through the EPA to where it is today, if helpful.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Fields. I'm an environmental consultant for this project. Jennifer Fields, Fields. I've been working with this team for a few years now, specifically working with EPA, working on the site, the environmental issues. There's been a couple of things that just weren't correct that have been said. So I'll just take an opportunity to correct that. But first, I'll address the issue with site-wide ready for anticipated use. That's a code that EPA uses when a site is been cleaned up to a standard that meets their goal for the site, and then they register it as ready for anticipated use, which it was declared in 2018. And you can find that in the 2024 5-year review. It says
I have
that.
it here, and
Yeah.
I read it, and I
It's-
think there's more problems in there, and I'm being kind by not bringing
Well,
those up right now.
It says that, and that discrepancy was brought to my attention, and so I called EPA and said, hey, there's an issue here. You've got one part of your website saying one thing and another part saying something else.
Do you work for the EPA?
I do not.
Sorry, I thought you did. I just was clarifying that I didn't. I know there's names listed.
I have
on it.
asked EPA to
Got
clarify
it.
why there's two positions on that issue, and I don't have the answer yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your honesty.
And just the other thing, the site was.
Is it cleaned up to the statewide health standard or the
It's not the same
residential?
that's like an Act 2 standard,
Right,
statewide
so
health.
what is the standard?
So EPA has its own set of standards, and in fact, it was cleaned up to a residential standard. That was sort of the original reuse of the property was, CCRC is a code for continuing care retirement community. So this was going to be a retirement community originally. That's not what's happening now. But that was the original intent. So it was cleaned up to that standard. Now, as all Superfund sites go, standards can change. That's why they do a 5-year review. So this has had 3 5-year reviews since it was deemed cleaned up in 2010. So it wasn't actually cleaned up until 2010. And in those reviews, they look at things like, for example, lithium, the standard has changed. And so now EPA wants to come back and do some additional monitoring at the site to see if their remedy is protective. In addition to that, for example, one of the things we have to do is provide the design to EPA to say, EPA, does this design impact the remedy? And if it impacts the remedy, what can we do to mitigate that? And so we're having those discussions with EPA now. They will review the plan. They reviewed the previous plan, the digging of the basement.
So you submitted a new plan, and that's what's now on this. I did notice on their website for the steps, it does say that the site-wide combined remedial investigation / feasibility study, EPA, in parentheses, EPA performed start date, this is new, was March 2nd of 2026. And then the completion date's obviously blank because it's only March 9th. But so that is what you're speaking to?
No, ma'am. That is their intention to collect some additional data, which is identified in the 5-year review.
In that, okay, got it.
Yes.
And so, but in that 5-year review, it's mentioned that it's cleaned up to the residential standard?
It goes through the whole history of what the standard was at the time, what it was cleaned up to, that it was certified, and then in
Did the standard
subsequent
change?
years, the standard has changed. Yes.
And that, okay. That
And so we're working through what that looks
Got it.
like with that.
That's helpful knowledge in terms of how the process.
Right.
got
And
to-
the thing about the basement being dug, it's not being dug into the cap. The cap is a separate property, and that property is not being touched.
Right.
The,
I
the
think
remainder of the property, which is where the buildings are constructed, is the site that's been cleaned up.
But it is also the same location of the lithium.
So the original lithium, yes, has been moved to the area under the cap.
Right.
All the pollutants that they found, the areas were all moved into what was at that time the quarry area.
Sure.
And that was capped. So that's all separate. That's not being touched.
So the EPA study that they're doing here, that they started on the 2nd, will show the public that the new test results are within an acceptable limit. That
I
is the
haven't
hope?
seen their scope of work, but I'm
Okay.
assuming based
That's
on my
the-
conversations with them and the 5-year review that they want to collect additional data. They also mentioned putting in some additional groundwater wells to collect additional data.
And so until then, we don't know.
Well, their report says there are no new findings that would indicate that the site is
Well, I mean,
unsafe.
this EPA is not going to go above and beyond, so I'm not sure why they would be doing extra stuff that they didn't have to do. So, I mean, they were understaffed before, to be clear. Thank you for
Thank you
letting
for
me
your
have more
comments.
time. Thank you.
Would you like to enter your comments into the record?
Oh, yeah. I can type them up if you need them.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Arik Unrath, ARIC-UNRATH. I live on Valley Hill Road, less than a mile from this site, and I work less than 500 feet from this site. I've been a power lineman for 20 years, so I'm intimately acquainted with the idea of infrastructure improvement and how electricity works. Where are all these extra megawatts to power these data centers going to come from? What gas turbines? We've been closing them for 10 years. There's not enough capacity on the
Would
grid.
you like the applicant to answer your question?
Yes, please.
So this data center connects to the broader PJM grid that runs from Massachusetts down to Virginia, West Virginia, out to Ohio. All of the grid resources within that grid feed everything within the grid. So it's not one specific site that feeds power to this data center. There are data centers, to everyone's point, where emissions are an issue because they're actually producing data centers on the site, they're producing power on the site using natural gas turbines and reciprocating engines and things like that to run around the clock. And that's, I think, where a lot of this bad information is coming from about emissions. There is no emission on this site from power.
There's no direct emission on this site from power.
Correct.
However, it's still consuming megawatts.
There are more grid resources required to support this site throughout.
Right. So
PJM.
what new power plants have been built?
I'm not.
They haven't
in that-
been.
Fair.
They've been closed. Correct? They're
not
closing
answer.
coal plants. So the grid is already stressed. Just so everybody knows this, right? Limerick generates about 2,200 megawatts. This place is going to consume 300 megawatts. You throw in the one next to it up in Penhurst, it's another 300 megawatts. That's a quarter of the generating capacity of a huge nuclear power plant. So what happens when a finite resource becomes scarce? Let's do some basic economics here. Anybody? It gets more expensive. Correct? My second question is, what infrastructure improvement is being done aside from the tower line and the breakers being run directly to your center?
Again, that's a question for PICO. Our understanding is there's, okay.
You're paying them $30 million? You don't know for what?
Okay.
So we are taking power at 230 kilovolts from the Plainbrook substation. In order to do that, they need to extend 2 circuits from the Plainbrook substation, make improvements within the Plainbrook substation, and make improvements on both flanking substations up and down the 230 kV wires. One of them is called Treddyfin, and the other one I forget the name of. So there will be improvements along the PICO 230 kV transmission infrastructure that are part of the $30 million.
So just so the general public understands, 230 kV is what feeds your substation. So they're taking the power before it is transformed to go to residential load. There's no residential customers on 230 kV. You're on 34 kV, 13.2, or 4 kV. So they are getting fed at the same level that they're feeding entire substations. It's completely unsustainable, and it's going to triple the cost of electricity. That's all I got.
Hello. Just 1 second. I just want to reiterate again that there is a PICO report online you can all reference and look at the information. They gave us very specific information on how the power grid is affected by the data center.
Hi, hello. My name is Karen McClay. I live off of 401. I've been a resident for almost 60 years of East Whiteland. I don't know if Governor Shapiro will like this or not, but I'm going to directly quote him. And this is in reference to this whole electricity thing. Developers must commit to bringing their own power generation or paying entirely for the new generation they'll need. Now, I guess my question is, I'm not exactly sure how this applies, but if you had to generate your own power, is there a plan for building something like that? And I guess the other part is the $30 million, I don't know, does that pay entirely for new generation? Also, as the Wichita lineman commented on. I won't wait for the answer because I have a second question from my neighbor who didn't want to walk down. There's also a giant retirement community being built right across the street. Who's going to buy a new home when this place is located there? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Michael Conlon, and I'm a local resident here, and I'm also a proud member of the IBEW. I'm in support of this variance. This data center will create thousands of jobs, construction jobs for our local union, the quarries,
Could you please let him speak?
the steel fabricators, and others locally. This project will take an old eyesore and clean it up, making it look like, to me, basically invisible from the streets. This site, this data center zoning is already there. It's a huge Pico power substation next to it already existing. This data center will not be using water. It'll also be adding all this
Please
new
be respectful and just let him finish his
all
comments.
this new landscaping, all the new trees, basically making it invisible from the streets. I would strongly advocate that we vote this through and let this thing go.
Good evening.
Good evening. Rebecca Harrison. I don't live in Malvern Hunt, but I'm worried. Thank you, Planning Commission, for accepting this thankless, unpaid job. You will be rewarded in heaven. Thank you, Sentinel Green Fig, for patiently explaining that you mean us no harm. Charlie, thank you for doing the cleanup. You guys are honorable men. Me, I'm just a simple country girl born in Pennsylvania. Years ago, men in fancy suits promised us that fracking would bring prosperity, safety, unicorns, and donuts. But it wasn't true. I'm optimistic that the Planning Committee can, in fact, relay to the supervisors that there are many more studies to be done, and that, indeed, we have grave concerns and questions that haven't been answered. And I have faith that Greenfig will stop reminding us that they'll use the already approved plan if we don't approve this one, and then we'll be really, really sorry because it's so much worse. You are honorable men. And that critique of the sound study got me thinking, on the one hand, maybe the Sentinel Fig and the consultants who did it didn't know that they were using dBA, a measurement that doesn't measure all of the frequencies. Deb, it's like your test in your well. The test didn't capture everything that was harmful. That's possible. But if that's the case, I don't want them running our thing. And it's also possible that they're really smart, so maybe they knew that. My grandma in Pennsylvania said liars figure and figures lie. Sentinel Green Fig, I read your response on the website. I know you'll say that you're meeting all the legal requirements and that's all you have to do. But you even helpfully tell us that if we change our noise ordinances, you are legally bound only to the old, ineffective ones. I love your lawyerly big city way of talking, but I'm a simple country girl, and I need you to hear these plain words. Fulfilling the letter of the law doesn't mean that we'll be protected. Maybe you know that. Thank you. The Planning Committee should request new studies and ultimately recommend no for all the reasons stated.
Thank you very much. Good evening. You can email it to Zach at the Township too.
Hi,
Good evening.
I'm from East Vincent Township. Am I okay to talk now?
Yes, I mean, there's not that many more
Okay.
people to
So
speak.
Monica Scriver, S is in Sunny, CHRY is in yellow, V is in Victor, ER. So I don't believe there's anything in existence called an emergency generator. All of our research that I've done, and in East Vincent, we've been dealing with this since May. We hear township after township say they were told, they were sold that the generators were only going to run when there's an emergency. And when the grid can't handle it, the emergencies are running, and they're running all the time. So my first question is, can you commit to not using gas turbines, even temporarily, like they are not part of the plan, you will never use them?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and do you have a whole nother substation planned? And if so, on the other part of land, property you own, do you have another substation planned? And how many EMFs will they produce? Will it produce?
We don't know. That we will not be building a second substation, and the EMF question we can look into.
So if you're not going to build another substation, then the EMF question doesn't matter. So no substation. So I'm here tonight because I'm asking this planning.
Just to clarify, because I want to make sure the record is clear. We are extending the Pico substation to a pad adjacent to it, which will include transformers and switchgear. That if that's what you're referring to, that's what we are doing.
So there will be more EMF being produced.
We can look into the answer to that question.
Okay.
And post it.
Thank you, because I'd like to finish here. So I want to tell you and talk to you about air pollution. And somebody said, we're just an advisory board. We can't really do anything other than advise. We don't make the decision. Well, let me tell you, let's be very clear. You are almost as important as the Board of Supervisors in the decision you make tonight. Don't fool yourself, because you guys have the choice to deny this bigger build. And I have research, I'm not going to get to it, unfortunately. But currently, right now, our air pollution is compromised. There's a study called Death by Diesel. We are at high risk for air pollution from diesel with trucks and other equipment and other industries that produce this PM 2.5. Somebody else mentioned it. And the study, we are the only state or city in the state that is comparable to us is Pittsburgh. Our air quality is as crappy as Pittsburgh. And guess what? You don't build industries that create large amounts of this pollutant near schools, daycares, retirement homes. There's three things we protect in this society if you're ethical and a decent human being. It's elderly, it's children, and it's animals. And these children are at risk already because you have 202 running around their perimeter, and you have Sweetsford Road. And so that's already putting them at risk. There is a study let me just say this. It's Clearing the Air is the study. It's by Alliances of Nurses for Healthy Environments, Mom's Clean Air Force, and Generation 180. They will tell you the amount of cancer and health issues linked to the current air pollution we have. I cannot imagine what your community is going to be like putting this and then doubling it into your environment. You're responsible for that decision. And you watch what happens. Somebody else brought it up. You're important. Don't forget that.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Steve Figgett. I'm a resident of Westchester. I am also, I'm going to take the other side of this, so please don't get too mad at me, everyone. I'm the founder and CEO of Sycamore International. We're a sustainable electronics and recycling IT asset disposition company based in West Grove. For context, over the last 16 years, I've built Sycamore from a basement into one of the largest electronics processors in the Mid-Atlantic, processing millions of pounds of electronics annually. Today, we operate from a fully solar-powered facility with an on-site microgrid, and we're proudly headquartered in southern Chester County. I am very much a builder. I don't believe in a fixed pie. I think this creates an immense amount of opportunity. To the gentleman who was concerned about power generation, I think this incentivizes a lot of sustainable and renewable power generation that has been overlooked tonight. But I want to offer a perspective grounded in entrepreneurship, environmental stewardship, which is very dear to my heart, and a deep appreciation for technology. Not all data centers are created equal. I'll slow down. Sorry. I'm trying to keep in with the time. So not all data center projects are created equal. The nuance really matters. This, despite what some people are pushing back on, this is what's called a hyperscale data center. They serve as anchors in the modern industrial ecosystem. Their core operations, powering cloud computing and AI, and that many of us use, and some of the people on the call or on the meeting tonight used, it creates immense amount of economic opportunity. I don't know the exact cost of this thing, but when you look it up, there are billions of dollars that are pumped into these projects. There are also meaningful secondary and tertiary benefits. Companies like Sycamore, selfishly, which is why I'm speaking tonight, represent the secondary technology, secondary layer, supporting technology lifecycle services and recyclable material disposition and material recovery. Other secondary beneficiaries are the trades. Electricians are not going to just build this, but maintain these state-of-the-art systems, the HVAC equipment. The tertiary layer includes all the broader network of firms that support businesses like ours and the jobs we create throughout the regional economy. The term urban mine was recently coined, and this project would serve as an urban mine to capture critical minerals and materials and keep them in the United States. Data centers need upgrades, even advanced ones like this eventually. The multiplier effect for this type of project is huge. I want regional firms to capture portions of that value chain instead of watching it leave the state. I won't go over all the benefits of the switching from the reducing the 3 million gallons of water a day. That is a nice reduction. But I think the benefits of leveraging existing electrical distribution infrastructure rather than requiring new sprawl, powered by energy that could be sourced from anywhere, including renewable sources, is a massive benefit. Just give me a moment to finish. What stands out to me is the intentionality of this design, the thoughtful infrastructure planning, the potential for net zero carbon power sources that are produced off-site that are transported to the site, existing transmission corridors, fiber adjacency, controlled acoustics, and a permanent productive reuse of the Superfund site are fantastic. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I think when we talk about highest and best use of land, this is it. From my perspective as an entrepreneur, an environmentalist, and an operator in the circular economy, this is the kind of data center that we should welcome and I think will ultimately become one of the county's and state's greatest assets.
All right, sir, thank you so much. If you want your testimony to be entered into the record, you can provide it to Mr. Barner. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Shyam, S-H-Y-A-M, Sharma, S-H-A-R-M-A. All right, so I am a resident of Piper Lane, right off the Sweetsford Road, and I don't have any fancy studies or ordinance to support my case, but I just want to represent our small community on the Piper Lane, which is right at sorry. Oh, you want me to slow down?
Can you slow down a little bit, sir, so she can get your words?
So I would like to represent the case of our small community on Piper Lane that came into being from 2021 onwards and is right in front of this data center and is supposedly maximum exposed to the vulnerabilities from this data center as stated by all the previous speakers. Our neighborhood is at the direct lookout from the data center and is at a lower elevation compared to the data center site.
Yeah, I'm also having trouble, sir.
Okay. So let me slow down, wait a minute. I have a soft copy of this, yeah, I can send it to you over. Does it
Try
work?
it again and just slow it
Okay.
down a little more.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So, so as I was saying, like our neighborhood is at the direct lookout from the data center and is at a lower elevation compared to the data center site, which means any kind of contamination, whether it's sound or substance pollutant, it directly impacts the health of my fellow neighbors. We heard the developer's plan of adding additional trees and landscaping on the former sewer lagoons located between the development site and Sweetsford Road. But there is no mention of how the small neighborhood of Piper Lane would be protected from these health impacts. So if you haven't seen our neighborhood yet, then I request you to go and pay a visit and see by yourself how on a fine day, every neighbor in that community, when walks out of his door, had a full view of the data center site right in front of their eyes. It would be a nightmare to see a gigantic heat and sound emitting mammoth always right outside your house. All living in this community have invested their hard-earned money in buying these houses, and within 4 years of establishment, we are looking at losing our investments. No one will be ready to buy a house looking at gigantic DC outside their houses. We didn't hear today anything about how the utilities bill will not spike for the community around the data center, and neither did we hear anything about the testing that if it was done during the night times for the decibel levels. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you please provide a copy of your speech to the reporter? Thank you.
Yeah, if anybody has prepared something that they've printed out, please hand it to us. Make sure your name and address is on it if possible. And if you did not print it, please email it to myself or Brittany. Our emails are on the website, and we'll try to provide them as quickly as possible to the court reporter.
It's really important that we get all the comments on record. Thank
Hi
you.
there. My name is Eleni Jurado. It's ELENIJURADO. And I'm a resident of Malvern Crossing in East Whiteland Township. So I won't go on and repeat all the potential health, environmental, and real estate concerns that should be carefully considered before moving forward with the project on the scale all of that was addressed today. But I'd like to point out as a mother that I'm deeply worried, and not only about my own children, but also about the many other children in our community who attend all the schools in the Great Valley School District. The long-term impact this type of facility could have on our neighborhood, our environment, as well as being our families is very concerning. And furthermore, there's still no clear understanding after today's presentation what the additional out-of-pocket cost for residents of the community will be based on this facility consumption of our resources. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you reconsider approving this revised plan and take into account the voices and concerns of the residents who live here and would be directly affected by this type of center. And I'm also part of the board in the Malvern Crossing community and have a question from one of our residents. She would like to know, is there an emergency response or disaster plan? And if there were going to be any testing being done during the evening or compliance reporting being given to people of the residents in the area?
Sorry, one more time.
The first question she had was, are there any emergency response or disaster plan?
yeah, so we staff these buildings around the clock 24/7 with multiple trained engineers. Many of them are ex-military. You know, they're trained for every conceivable contingency. They co-train with the local fire department, you know, to the extent that there are any, you know, coordination that's required to enable access. So that we, again, over 25 years have never had a single incident of any sort that affected anyone's safety within any radius of any of these data centers. And the second, sorry.
The second was she wanted to know if there's going to be any annual compliance reporting given to the residents in the area or made public announcements on that.
Not, you know, we are happy to, if there's something that the ordinance requires or that.
I'm sorry, we
yeah.
didn't hear that. The question.
I was asking if there's going to provide any annual compliance reporting.
Can you speak closer?
Annual compliance reporting.
Again, we've committed to, by the way, your other question on generators at night was we are committing and will commit in writing pursuant to a resolution which the prior application had not, to not test generators at night. And with respect to the ongoing testing, we are also committing to real-time tests. We have a network operations center that will sit inside this building, staffed 24/7, where they monitor 1,000 different things. We are committing to also monitoring noise at the property line to make sure we're compliant. And we have a huge interest in being compliant because if these things are shut down, it has a huge impact on our business. Our customers have termination rights if things shut down. So we are more interested in complying than you guys are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Tyler Way, W-A-Y. I'm a resident at 301 Piper Lane in Exton, Pennsylvania. I am a lifelong tech enthusiast, network and systems engineer. To put it bluntly, I would be the kind of person that would work in one of these facilities, and I have lifelong experience with these technologies. I wanted to particularly address your comments about when this work was approved, particularly in the 2018 part, because obviously there's a lot of people here now. And I think because of the recent surgence of AI and its resource demand compared to regular cloud computing operations and regular internet use throughout the decades, as opposed to now with AI, is completely different. AI is very new technology. It is very inefficient technology. It has affected the tech landscape as a whole, both in cost and in resources. The simple way to see this is to check the prices of any computing parts now compared to a year ago. It is very apparent. So the reason why so many people are here now and how the conversation has changed is because of this new requirement, because of this inefficient technology that is not taking steps to become more efficient, but to become more grand in scale, to become bigger and make more money in the constraints of these companies. The one last thing I wanted to mention is that I have worked with these companies before with as a customer for network operation centers and for data centers for cloud computing. And I don't have a better word for this, that I'm aware of how shrewd they are. I'm sorry, I don't have a better word for it. For example, in the last meeting, the gentleman here stated that if they were to break regulation, that they would happily pay the fines that would be associated. That is dubiously true. He's completely sincere about that. In fact, those costs are just a part of operation. They don't plan on fixing those things. They plan on continuing to pay, and they will countersuit with the vast amount of capital invested in these businesses. Thank you.
Lou?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that your noise ordinance has not only a daily fine, but 30-day imprisonment for violation of a sound ordinance. I've never seen that before, but you have it. So it's not just a cost of doing business. There's a
I was
30-day
unaware of
imprisonment.
that.
I was too, until I checked it.
Thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Donna Horton. It's spelled Dawna, so a little bit different. And Horton, Horton. I am from West Whiteland, so apologies for that. But I came to this meeting because I found out about it on social media, so apologies for letting it rot my brain, I guess. But I wanted to come to learn more about what was coming to an area, you know, not too far from my house. It only took me about 20 minutes to get here, actually less. And I appreciate and truly thank all of the presenters, sincerely. So from both sides, so that I could get more information about what types of impacts this has. One thing that I have is really a question for the commission. I've heard a lot of kind of red lines when it comes in response to what people are asking for. So I was just a little bit confused, and apologies if I missed it in the very beginning because I did come straight from work, so I wasn't able to be here right at 6 o'clock. But what do you see your responsibility as the Planning Commission, and what impact do you see your residents and constituents having in this meeting? I hate to see so much work and effort from people who sincerely have vested interests, deep vested interests in this development, kind of fall to nothingness. Is somewhat what it seems like. So when I hear things like, well, this can't happen, well, these are non-starters, don't ask for us to go back to do this. Like, I'm just wondering what you all think the commission's responsibility is. You know, you've clarified that it's not approving this, but what is the commission's responsibility?
Thank you for your question, and it's a good question. I sort of addressed this in the beginning of the meeting. The Planning Commission, our role is for land development. That is our role. We have nothing to do with the energy cost, the medical research on effects of data centers. It's strictly land development, which is the building, the plan itself, stormwater management, the building and the land property. I'm trying to answer the question. Please let me speak. Okay. That is the role of the Planning Commission. Now, what we think and what our role is, what we think personally, we are residents just like you. Actually, I live very close to the facility as well. So we have the same concerns. We care about the same things. So if you think we don't, you are dead wrong.
Oh, and I guess my more question was, after being able to hear from your constituents and community members and neighbors, what is the commission's responsibility to do with that, you know, in juxtaposition to what you have in front of you, the agreements already signed and things like that? Like, what do you all see is the point of people putting all this in time and investment into something that's so important to them?
So well, I don't know if anybody else wants to speak as well, but after I'm finished this, I'd like some of the other members to chime in. So, like I said, our role is land development. We have to listen to and decide if they have met all of the obligations to meeting the ordinances, the zoning. That's our job. It's strictly facts. Our opinion doesn't really count so much. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. So if you want to speak, please get in line. Would somebody else like to chime in? No.
They're all letting me run down. Just ask the question and we'll move on.
Can-
It's just a question.
Wait a minute. Let's just let her finish her question. We're addressing her. You did speak, and you can speak again if you want to go to the back of the line. We'll let these other people who have been waiting patiently to speak for the first time, okay? Is that fair? Thank you.
No, I was asking a question that I think you're asking everyone to answer, but I think she just had a follow-up to that, that I am if I still have 45 seconds, I mean, you can have them. And I think that everybody else in the line gave her permission to go ahead. Okay, yeah, so, yeah.
My only question is simple and straight. Does the health of the residents and the community and the township matters to the township, the county, the country, the state, the people? I just want to understand. If it is only about land, I want to understand who cares about health then. If there is no health, then the township should create a separate health department, and then the clients should always get a permission even from health, just like you get for land. You should get a health approval too.
I understand your question.
Does it make sense? Does it make sense?
It makes sense. I understand your question. I'm just telling you what our role is here.
Yeah, but who do we address to? Like, this is the platform where we can address.
Your state legislators.
But who's is and our
Okay. All right, everybody
and our
calm
state
down.
senator was already here. She is on the same page.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Listen, hold on. If you want to talk about what our legal obligation is here, maybe our township solicitor would like to give you some additional information that clearly I'm not getting to you.
Is the microphone on? Bernadette Kearney, the solicitor for the township. Yeah, the MPC sets forth certain obligations of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. The Planning Commission is a recommending body. They're very limited as what they're doing, as Deb had indicated. They're looking at the land development subdivision and seeing, do they meet the requirements? In fact, when the motion or recommendation, they're a recommending body, they'll make a motion to recommend to the Board of Supervisors. What they're usually looking at most times is the waivers. Those are the waivers from the subdivision and land development application, because if an applicant meets all the requirements, the objective requirements set forth in the subdivision and land development ordinance and don't need any waivers, then the plan is granted. What we're really looking at is what's the deviation, the modification being requested for the waivers, which are usually related to stormwater or to specific sections of the land development and subdivision ordinance. So I understand the concern about the public health, safety, and welfare, but a lot of what you're saying has to go through the state legislator because the MPC requires us to do certain things. And the only people who get to change the MPC are your elected representatives. We have to comply with what the MPC says. We have to comply with objective criteria. That's how it's set forth in the MPC and in the case law. That's what they're obligated to do. They have to follow the subdivision and land development ordinance of you have to have an objective criteria.
Okay, ma'am, we'll hear your comment. We're only here till 9:30. We have to disband at that point. So I'm trying to let everybody speak who's still in line. So if we could please let that happen, and then maybe we could have some time for discussion after. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Gina Sweeney, Sweeny.
I live at 12 Cameron Court, Malvern Hunt. All right, Gina Sweeney, 12 Cameron Court. God, I love public speaking. This is great. I'm not sure who I direct this to. I think it's Green Fig. On your plans, your land development plans that are posted online, and a resident asked, you will not be building an additional substation next to the existing Pico substation, correct?
My answer was we are extending the Pico substation to new transformers, new switchgear that sits on a pad adjacent to the Pico substation. That is.
So there is an additional substation being built, even though you told that residence?
No. I clarified when she spoke. She asked about a second substation on the other piece of land. I clarified that we are building an adjacent substation, if that's what you want to call it, which is an extension of transformers to literally directly adjacent to a concrete pad next to the Pico Plainbrook substation.
So you don't consider it an additional, you're just sort of connecting?
If you want to call it building a substation, we will say we're building a substation.
Then my second question to you is, when I first heard about this, I believe it was $2.5 million. Great Valley School District, which my kids attended, would be benefiting by adding $2.5 million. Now you say Great Valley School District will benefit by $10 to $15 million?
Per year.
What are you doing? That a couple years ago it was $2 million. Look, the math doesn't seem to be mathing.
Again, we're doing some rough math based on
rough math. 2 to 10 is not rough math.
I don't know where the 2 came from. We weren't there at the time. Our assessment is that is a conservatively low number that we will be contributing our project based on what we believe we will spend to the Great Valley School District.
That could have been from the original plan, maybe?
Yes, the original plan said 2.5.
Okay, well, different. Oh, yeah, yes,
So you
yes.
have no
Also,
idea how we're going to get up to the 10 to 15.
We have a very clear idea.
They also did reassess the land, the school district did. Increase the value of the
our
property.
taxes.
Increase the value of the property, which increased the amount of tax
that they would be
they
paying.
need to pay.
Wow, they really
Substantially.
underestimated that. I don't know.
This is their document, the $2.5 million.
Oh, here it is.
It's right here. It's right here.
Yes.
From Dave Babbitt.
We got this study done by a group that does economic studies that was recommended by the township because they felt that the people were credible. I paid them to do that study and I turned it over to them. These guys came in, they redid that, and they came up with a higher number. That was probably done 4 or 5 years ago.
25.
He updated it when we went for our final land development.
It's not even 3 months ago.
This is what's public.
We will submit to the Planning Commission the math that we are doing, and you can assess whether it's correct or not.
I'm sorry, Josh, I didn't hear you.
I'm saying we will provide you with the math based on the millage rates and everything else, and how much we intend to spend and how it gets applied, and it's for the assessor to decide, but that's our math.
That's fine. You can provide that information to Zach. I guess if anybody wants it, he'll maybe put it somewhere. But it's not really relevant to land development, but we are happy to have that information given to the residents. Hello, sir.
Hello. My name is Robert Altieri. I can't let that other Italian guy be the only one to put some stank on his name. So Altieri, live in 3 Deer Run Lane. I've enjoyed this roast so far, so I hope I can add a bit more color by stepping back and taking a broader view here. I suppose we're supposed to be wowed by the fancy lipstick.
Sir, can you slow down a little bit? She's having a hard time understanding.
I've never had anyone stenog me before. This is impressive. I apologize. I suppose we're supposed to be wowed by the fancy lipstick you're all applying to this pig. I'm sorry. I'm just not impressed. I'm not convinced.
She cannot understand what you're saying. just letting you know.
Okay. My wife and I, the woman that I'm married to, my wife, and I live only a few miles away from the site, and we have 2 young girls. One's 8 weeks old. The 6-year-old and I passed by the proposed location many times as I pushed her in a stroller on the trail during the pandemic. And in the years since, my wife and I have taken her to the Backton Hill Park many times. She has asthma. I never had to consider whether she or we all were being poisoned breathing the air while I pushed her on the swings. Simpler times. So tell me if I have this cost-benefit analysis correct. At great environmental and economic cost, we fed the entire library of human knowledge into these machines that a few pervert billionaire parasites tell us might be God, but are actually a lot more like language calculators, and at present, they can't be trusted to tell us with any reliability how many R's are in the word strawberry. There are 3. I asked the human. In exchange, we get noise and air pollution, massive increases in electric usage, such that rolling brownouts become a distinct possibility. Data centers use 10 to 50 times more energy per floor space than typical commercial offices, and therefore higher rates and the opportunity costs using the space for this purpose instead of literally anything else. All of this, by the way, for an industry that so far is unprofitable for anyone with the exception of chipmaker NVIDIA, perhaps provides very few jobs after construction, and in all likelihood will destroy more jobs in the future than it creates. That's even if it works out the way the billionaires who will benefit from this long term, they're the only ones who will hope. And right now, it's just hope and hype because it's not a profitable sector, and I haven't seen anyone explain how this entire industry is anything more than an economic Ouroboros feeding on its own tail. We don't even know what the burn rate of these chips are. This could all be a giant useless albatross within a decade. The entire enterprise is frankly anti-human garbage, and as ever, narrow self-interest and delusion and short-term thinking are the only possible forces driving this. It's clearly anti-democratic. Just look around. Everyone's been against this, or 90% of the people. It's just diametrically the wrong path to pursue, and the sunk cost fallacy is no reason not to change course, nor is the rush to break ground to create facts on the ground and skirt coming regulation when a federal government staffed with adults takes power, knock on wood. I guess my only question would be, how close to any of your homes have you constructed or sought to construct a data center? Would you be willing to put one next to your home? If you're honest, I don't know how any of you could answer in the affirmative. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Here we go. We're going to play
Thank
Mike.
you for waiting so long to be heard.
Oh, that's okay. Can you hear me? Thank you, Deb. Oh, would you guys live next to a data center? You would? Huh, okay. Look, you guys.
Okay, please let her speak.
Thanks, Deb.
you.
I really appreciate this meeting. I really appreciate who put signs all up and down the Chester Valley Trail. Like, went out there and did that. Like, thank you to that person. But I also appreciate this board and how well you're
I couldn't
trying to
hear
keep-
you. I didn't hear what you said last.
I appreciate the efforts of this board as well. Bob, great question about the economics. We don't know the answer. Nobody in the room does. Deb, you're trying to keep us on track. Jamie, awesome questions. And you really made me think. Because, you know, what goes on here, and I don't think this is anybody's fault, is that we're in an environment where ambition and all these new things are happening in AI is outstripping the ability of legislators, of regulations, of attorneys to keep up with it. And that's putting everybody in danger. Now, here's something I don't understand. You're not doing the water coolers, you're doing all these refrigerant coolers, but you're doing a lot of them, right? And somebody said, gosh, you build a big data center, it's going to be a military target. I looked right here on the thing in Google and says, what happens if open air refrigerant is released to the sky, if these things get broken for some reason? If you look it up on Google right now, it's real bad. And there's a lot of them, right? It's just such an issue of scale. My other question too, and it's just real simple because I know we're dealing with the land here, is why did you eliminate a basement? Why didn't you just dig? What's down there? What's underneath it? Why no basement?
Again, we didn't need the basement. We needed surface area on the roof to put the
Okay,
chillers.
so you're good. You could have built a basement. There's nothing underneath it that would have
Correct,
prohibited
yes.
that.
It's been remediated to residential standards. as
Okay,
Jen
fair enough.
said.
And then when it comes to all this coolant material, which we can't know what that's going to be like in scale yet because it's all happening so fast, nobody's done that study. But, you know, what happens if something drops on it or they break or they drop a bomb on it? What gets released into the sky? What's that?
Again, these are the same coolants that are used throughout Chester County for
Oh, sure, but at much
supermarkets.
smaller volume, right?
Again,
You don't know. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening. Maybe I'll just hold the whole thing. Hi, I'm John Quillen. I'm in Quillen, Quillen. I'm in Malvern, so I'm East Goshen Township, but I think I'm still in the general vicinity. I do want to say thank you for holding this. Thank you for providing room for all of us to be here. I think that's a statement in and of itself that there are a lot of concerns. I just had one simple follow-up question. So I'm sorry, you had said that there's a possible 30-day jail term
For failure to pay the fine.
that's failure to pay the fine.
Right.
Right, so you can pay the fine as long as you want, and you can just keep paying the fine. As long as you pay the fine, there's no jail, right?
Well, that's what the...
Okay, so I'm not just, and I think we need to keep decorum.
Just be respectful,
But
let
my
them talk.
point though is you can pay the fine ad infinitum, and you're not going to jail. So the way you expressed that made it sound like, hey, if we violate this, we'll go to jail. That is not true. And the funny thing is, that was in the context when the gentleman mentioned it of the fact that you guys are shrewd, right? So there it is again. Thank you.
Well, let me respond to that. The ultimate authority of the township, which why they're going through the land development process, is that a violation of any land development approval or building permit or use and occupancy permit is revocation of the permit. So you want to talk about fines, we can talk about jail if the fines aren't paid, or the township has the ultimate remedy, which these gentlemen have just said, that tenants have severe penalties that they force upon them if they lose a day's worth of business. So the layers, you can treat one user differently for purposes of penalties than they can anyone in this room. So the township has to be uniform in its application of ordinances. All I'm suggesting to you is that to suggest that we could willy-nilly defy the ordinance and continue operating as though life is good and life is normal is not the case. There are repeated layers of enforcement which the township can enforce against data centers, property owners in Malvern Hunt, property owners throughout the municipality. That's all I'm trying to say, is that it's not that the municipality is left defenseless. It has remedies. And as far as the other comments that we've heard, and I know you want to wrap this up, but I did hear some other comments, and I think it's important to say this, that when you say, Deb, when you say your job is the subdivision land development ordinance, I agree. Many of the questions that were asked here tonight are beyond the expertise and expectations of East Whiteland Township. They're regulated by EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, DEP. I'll stop.
So I guess my point, though, and I understand that there are rules and regulations and stuff, my point is it's a bad faith argument to say, hey, we could go to jail. And that's the bottom line. And it was in the context of being shrewd. The bottom line with everything you said and about the fact that it's not like, this is a thing that is different than a lot of the other things that already exist around here. And the idea that you can come in and you can run your generators and you can make as much noise as you want and you can just pay fines. And I think it's bad faith to suggest otherwise.
But, well, I've read the statute. We have different interpretations of it. I just read it.
You can stay within the law and you can still make more noise than you say you're going to make. And I understand it sounds like you guys are making a good effort, but I don't, there's a lot of skepticism and I just think it's bad faith.
Well, not if you're shut down.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, I give up. Oh, there we go. My name is Fred Sluka. I live in East Whiteland Township on King Road. S-T-L-U-K-A. So what I've heard tonight is a lot of concerns from the 400 or more people in the room. And what I've heard in response is, one, it's not illegal, so we can do it. Two, we don't have the power to do anything to stop about it because we're just a helpless planning commission. We're not really the people in charge, which seems a little odd. And three, don't worry about it. It's not really a problem. So my question is, if it turns out that there is a problem, if sound gets to be such a serious issue that there are health consequences, that kids are getting sick, that there's asthma, if people are dying, if property values are dropping, what's the recovery plan? I never go into anything without knowing if this doesn't work, what will I do to fix it? How are you going to fix things 10 years from now when serious problems have happened that we were assured wouldn't happen, but you couldn't know, and they did?
Well, if you're asking me, you adjust to the times that you're in. I mean, if circumstances come up. If you want an answer, I'll give you an answer. Every industry confronts problems that may not have been foreseen when they started that industry. That's why we have government. That's why we have regulations. That's why we have standards. That's why we have... Pardon?
Please, can you refrain from yelling?
With due respect, if we believe for a second that any of this was right, and I would just ask you to accommodate the fact that we understand what we are building. We're data center builders. We've been doing it for a long time. If we thought we were harming children, we wouldn't be doing it. And I'll just say, I've heard two arguments tonight as to how these could be harmful. One is noise and one is emissions. Emissions come from generators. There are data centers, as I've said, that run generators around the clock. We do not run generators around the clock, and we have made the commitment in writing that we will put into the resolution that we will never run more than 2 generators and never run them at night. That is, there are many, many sites in this county that are running generators like that. Hospitals, schools, all kinds of residences that have their own generators. It's all the same stuff. And we're adding more emissions controls on our generators than any of those places are. So and again, there has never been an incident since 2003 where all of these things would be running. So to make the claim that emissions affects everyone's health is a false claim. It's not a false claim for some data centers.
Please, we cannot hear his answers. He's answering your questions.
It is not a false claim for some data centers. It is a false claim for this data center. Sound, I defer to the experts. We are at 50 decibels. The world is at 50 decibels. We've built many data centers that are at 50 decibels. We have not gotten a single sound complaint next to many residences that are closer than Malvern Hunt to this. And Ed can attest to the same thing. So that's my response. I do not for 1 minute believe there are safety issues associated with the data center.
Well, what I would recommend, based on the fact that this seems to be a much, much bigger project than anything has ever been done before in this area, the concerns aren't going to go away. People are scared by the fact that this consumes more power than, what do we say, the entire county or something like, this is off the charts. We don't have an experience with it. I think the protesters are not going to go away. The number of people in the room next time is going to be 800 instead of 400. And I think for your own sakes, you really want to start a campaign where you explain in ways that people can understand exactly why you think this cannot be a problem, because all we're hearing is that trust you, and it's hard to do that in today's world.
We published a 20-page Q&A. We've cited expert studies. We've referred to scientists. We will continue to do so. We will put up a website this week to address any questions that we've heard
I would recommend
here.
it. I bet nobody in this room has seen, or most people haven't seen it.
And honestly, if anyone has questions and wants to reach out directly, we are happy to answer direct questions. We're not interested in.
How do we contact you? Have you given out your email addresses?
We can provide. We will put up a website this week that we have already built, and on it will be contact information where we will respond to questions.
To start, okay.
Sir.
Yeah, we'll cut off.
Okay.
We'll cut off. I'm
All right, hold on 1 second, please. We need to keep this moving and keep it in order. Folks have already had time to comment. You have already spoken.
No, but I'm
Yes,
sorry,
you-
ma'am.
you
Yes,
have.
I have.
You had
Yes,
your time.
I have, and she can pull up the record. But hold on 1 second.
We
This is a
have to be out of
democracy.
here
The
very
thing
shortly.
is, he brought up certain points that I'd like to address, and this is regarding the medical and health concerns. You're a planning commission. Aren't you supposed to listen to what we say?
We have listened to what you say.
Well, it's not time yet. You said 10 o'clock when we first began, and it's not 10
No,
yet.
we have to be out of here and vacate the property completely
You
by 10
gave us
o'clock.
3 minutes to speak, each of us, and I
Okay,
haven't.
I'm not going to argue with you, sir.
I'm not
just
arguing
telling
with you. I'm addressing the
telling you
team
that
over here.
That was the meeting parameters that we set in the beginning of the meeting.
I'm addressing the team over here. I want to say one thing. I think the important thing that we're not talking about is that there's no data, there's no research that's been done for healthcare concerns, particularly as it relates to
Proceed.
rare cancer,
Okay, we're going to proceed.
cardiovascular disease, all of these. I think you, sir,
Okay.
have said that these pollutants, you've worked on that. I haven't seen that research. If
So I
you
have a question for Bernadette, our solicitor.
Yes.
My question for you is, from a legal standpoint of view, and from everything that we have reviewed in the multiple meetings we've had with this development plan, is there any ordinance or zoning requirement that they have not complied with?
Well, that would be part of the review letters, but one of the things that has been raised before is
I can't hear, I'm sorry, I can't hear Ms. Kearney's
we have the
answer.
review letters from the township consultants. One of the issues raised by the neighbors that we will take a look at is if the revisions to the plan in reference to the zoning hearing board decision, that would be a legal determination that will be made by the Board of Supervisors. You can either look at that, make a recommendation in reference to that, but we will take a look at that. The other thing would be the waiver letter is what, as I indicated before, is normally what the Planning Commission is reviewing and indicating to the Board of Supervisors whether they approve or recommend approval or denial of those waivers and then the overall plan. And of course, you have the right to also indicate recommendations for conditions, some of which have been volunteered by the applicant.
Thank you. Would we like to maybe address the waivers, just to do a quick review? Oh, hello.
When I attended the township meetings, oh, I'm sorry, it's Karen Fordyce, Fordyce, and I live in Malvern Hunt. So I attended the township meetings last year and this year, and you have that beautiful emblem of the mill, and I see that emblem and I'm proud. And now what I see is the emblem of the data center. And all I want to ask all of you is, Is this honestly the legacy you want to leave East Whiteland?
Would you like to quickly review the waivers, Lou?
Yeah, Jack.
Yes, Deb, I can briefly go through the waiver list. It's the same waiver list that we had last time on the prior approved plan. As you mentioned, they're primarily stormwater. The first is regarding the MRC stormwater, the orifice size. We need a waiver from the ordinance to permit us to be able to build the MRCs to the DEP standards. So it's kind of like the ordinance is slightly outdated or hasn't caught up to the DEP standards. So that's kind of a procedural waiver there, and we've gotten that on numerous plans in the past as well. The second one is regarding the infiltration of the site. Infiltration, as you know, the site is underlain by karst geology, as many are in this development, as well as across the road where my firm did the development for Malvern Crossings. It's the same situation, karst geology, so you need a waiver to provide a different level of stormwater management in karst geology. The third one is regarding tree masses. We're actually not removing any trees. The prior plan actually had 38 trees removed. We got this waiver then. We are requesting this waiver again, but we are not removing any trees. And this waiver simply allows us to not provide the exact inches and species of all 500 trees that my surveyors located. So, but they're all going to remain. And the majority of those trees are in the south part of the site up against the Pico property. The next one is regarding sidewalks. This is a bit unusual. The sidewalk waiver is only because we are providing actually a longer sidewalk from Malvern Hunt down to the Chester Valley Trail. The required sidewalk would normally have to go where everybody might know where Sweetford Road crosses the trail, and there's a little curve in the Sweetford Road, and there's a guide rail, and there's no room for a sidewalk, and it wouldn't make any sense. So we're actually providing a longer sidewalk from Malvern Hunt down to the trail instead. Still needs a waiver though, even though we're building more sidewalk. Next one is cuts and fills for 5 feet or greater. We had this waiver in the past. The reason this waiver is actually asked almost every plan that my firm does. In this case, I think you even have even more reason for it because this whole site's been already disturbed to greater than 5 feet with the Superfund with the remediation that was done years ago. So the amount of grading we're going to be doing is less than has already been done to this site. Next is the stormwater pipe size. Their ordinance requirements 18 inches. We have a few 15-inch pipes for the roof leaders, and gotten this waiver in the past as well. And actually, it's more hydraulically sound to actually have a 15-inch pipe because it provides for better velocity to keep the pipes clean. So there's only a handful of 15-inch pipes. The landscape. The next one is for on-site irrigation of the landscaping. We have 95 trees on site within this site, and they're all guaranteed for 18 months as standard. Because of that, there's no necessity to have a required irrigation plan. That those trees will be maintained within the site, and there are only 95. As you're aware, we have 442 trees though that are not part of this waiver, that will be planted on the off-site part, and that's probably the more critical part, and that's not part of this waiver. So that they're the off-site trees that everyone's talking about on the former lagoon property, and that is not part of this waiver. It's just the on-site trees. And lastly, this is only a waiver that was added, and this is more procedurally to provide for a preliminary / final plan, because our plans have been reviewed to the final plan standard, as you know. We don't have any technical comments in our letters, and I believe Arrow and all of the consultants have reviewed it to the final plan level. So this is for the permission to go preliminary/final. And that's it.
Does the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code require every municipality in the jurisdiction of Pennsylvania to have in their zoning every usage?
Yes, in fact, Penn Futures was recently giving a CLE in reference to every township, no matter where it is. Every borough, every municipality in the state has to allow a legitimate business use. This is a legitimate business use. They, Penn Futures then does model ordinances, and you can see their data center model ordinance on their website. So yes, every municipality is required to have
Every usage.
Every usage, every legitimate business use.
Bernadette, can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
When they went to our zoning hearing board and asked for the zoning of a data center, was it approved by the zoning hearing board?
There are two zoning hearing boards decisions, one from 2018 and one from 2021. So just to be clear, it's not a rezoning of the property. It's basically a variance to allow the use on the property. Yeah.
So the zoning hearing board of East Whiteland Township granted them a zoning in this location.
Granted them zoning relief to allow to have
Zoning use for a data center. So that's by right. We can't.
Wait, I apologize. I wear hearing aids, so I gotta really concentrate because people stop yelling out. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ted.
Once the zoning hearing board grants the zoning, when it comes to the planning commission, it's by right.
Yeah, they have to comply with what's in the zoning decision, correct? Yeah,
Okay,
so
thank you.
what was granted.
And this is in the MPC, the Municipal Planning Code of Pennsylvania, that if a grandstanding senator wanted to change, could in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay, all right, all right.
I didn't send a threatening letter.
Excuse me, stop, stop, please, please.
East Whiteland does.
It is not required. They have a Williams compressor station. How much burden do you expect one community to take on? How much?
East Whiteland does. East Whiteland does have industrial.
Senator, all right, stop. Okay, all right, let's calm down, everybody, please, let's calm down. Calm down. I'm asking everyone to calm down. Stop. Stop. Okay, so, all right, please, let's get through this. We're almost there. To get through the night respectfully, I apologize for your comments, Todd. And, all right, calm down. Okay. All right, stop. Please. Okay, let's get back to being on track here. The bottom line here is we follow the MPC. Yes, we do. We do care. We live here. We're your neighbors too, and we are neighbors of the data center as well. I wish you could understand that. Okay. So, if we're doing our job and we are verifying that they meet all zoning and land development requirements, there is no reason to deny it. That being said, we are almost finished going through this process tonight, okay? If we have the answers that they do meet all the requirements. Okay, if that's what you heard, I'm really sorry for that, but that's not what I said. Thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions from the board or anything related to the waivers or? Okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm chairing this meeting. I did, oh, well, thank you. I did apologize to the senator for the comments. Okay? Okay, well. And what we were trying to say is we do have industrial zoning here in East Whiteland, regardless of other municipalities not having the zoning. We have it here. Yeah. Again, we are the Planning Commission. We are not the Board of Supervisors. We are not the Zoning Hearing Board. And I can appreciate your strong feelings on this matter. Believe me, I do. But we are trying. I'm sorry? We confirm that the applicant meets all the zoning and ordinance requirements under the land development plan, under the MPC. That's what we do. We are not advising, we are not. If they did not meet the zoning requirements and the land development ordinances of our township, which are adopted. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Does anybody have anything to add? Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and so that is one of the questions I did have, and maybe Bernadette, Zach, to help us understand, because this land is zoned INS CCRC, which is basically institutional, continuous care retirement community, which is not what we're using it. Like, not what it's being proposed to be used for. And my question as a planning commission member is, what is our breadth of advisement with this application, given that the applicant is using the land for something that it's not zoned for?
Right.
Even though I know that they've gotten the variance or the special exception, thank you, to use it under those terms. That's my concern, is that we have this use of land for something that is completely not the way it's zoned.
Sure.
And
yeah.
I think that's the community's concern as well.
Yeah, I understand the question completely. So the property is zoned institutional. When the applicant went before the zoning hearing board, they requested a use variance amongst other relief. Within that application and within that decision, they specified that they are applying the institutional-CCRC development standards, which were developed for a continuing care retirement community. So they are applying those standards. That's how the conditional use decision is written. Oh, I'm sorry. Zoning hearing board decision is written with those standards in mind. That's how it was applied. That's how it was granted. So the zoning, with respect to use and the dimensional standards that are assigned within that decision, that is the zoning threshold that has to be met by the land development application.
And that's understood for that initial application. Given all of the changes that have come before us, should that decision, or can that decision be revisited?
Yeah, as I indicated earlier, that would be a legal determination that the Board of Supervisors would have to make.
So we can make that recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, if you.
Great. Thank you.
John here. That was an interesting entree to what I'd like to say, a segue, I guess, which is that we've done our diligence here. We've looked at all the boxes. I've looked at all the ordinances. I came to grips with the fact that environmental and environmental health impact studies are, they're codified at the state and at the federal level. And there's no reason to expect that we have that in an ordinance. We just don't have any leverage on it. Many years ago, I did in full-scale environmental impact statements with groups, other consultants for EPA, for power plants, including nuclear power plants. I think I spent about 10 years doing that. It wasn't always happy, but we had a lot of contentious hearings like this. And so I think once all these insights that you've shared can be sorted through, and the supervisors can have a look at the high-level ones at least that they can come to grips with here, that they're entitled by law to consider, they can move forward with a decision at a hearing. So my goal is to see that get in front of them, as they used to say, buck it up to the boss. I don't see any other way to view that. We're just all volunteers, and we just do this and have learned how to do it through experience and the guidance of staff and council. That's all I had to say.
Quickly, sir. So that's a very good point you're making. Well,
Deb, can I?
hold on.
Can I
I
just? Okay. Go
Go ahead, Lou.
No, all I was going to say is that we're getting caught up in the semantics. The amended plan, we agree 100%. If the township has reviewed this as it is a new plan, both the approved plan and both the amended plan, if you want to call it that, still have to meet the parameters that were set by the zoning board in its original decision. Both the amended plan and the approved plan do that. In fact, we do less than what was approved by the zoning board, which approved 1.8 million square feet of data center. So if anything, the amendment is more stringent than what the zoning board allowed. If you look at all the other conditions that the zoning board attached, this plan and the approved plan meet those conditions.
Which we are aware,
And
we
that's
are,
that's what your consultants reviewed, and they reviewed the
Yes.
ordinance.
and we are aware of that. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay, sorry, our solicitor can't hear what you're saying, so she couldn't address it.
Point out, we have to be out of here at 10.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think we have to just ask, is there somebody who wants to make a recommendation? You would?
I would like to recommend that the Board of Supervisors should revisit the zoning plan decision for the data center land use under the initial request, that it be aligned to the current usage of a data center. So the variance or special use, special exception is revisited under that INSCC-RC. That would be my recommendation.
I think the motion needs to include a recommended action on
I'm
the...
sorry, I can't hear you, Zach.
Sorry,
What?
yeah. Just to maybe clarify a little bit on process, I think the motion that you'd be carrying forward to the board would need to include a recommended action on the land development itself. That could accompany a recommendation for approval, denial, but that can be carried forward, but there has to be a recommendation.
That can be a
with respect to
condition
action
of
on
the
land
recommendation.
development
Zach, we don't have to recommend whether we like the project or not, or whether we encourage the supervisors. This is my opinion, somebody can pipe in, to approve it or not. I think it's time that it moves on to the supervisors, because this show is going to go on to the supervisors next, the same type of talk. What's going on here now with the public is it's getting vetted out publicly. We got a stenographer here, a great record, it's on television. I think it's time that it gets out of our hands, because there are a lot of topics here, the safety and health, great questions, but many of those things are out of our purview, right? It's very difficult. We rely on our consultants.
Jeff.
We rely on, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. We rely on what the law is and what's been reviewed. So, like, I will make a motion, but I'm not necessarily going to say that I recommend approval or not. So it doesn't have to recommend approval or not, or deny. Is that correct? It needs to pass on to the supervisors now. Well,
We're getting kicked out. But normally what the Planning Commission does is make some type of recommendation, even if it's, we'll recommend the waivers, but we want the Board of Supervisors to visit this. We want these certain conditions. They usually make some type of motion or recommendation.
Well,
So
let me make one, and then you tell me if you think it's not good, but I'll make it and we'll go. And I'm not ignoring what you said too, because it could be tacked on. It could be tacked on, that's fine. So I would like to make a motion to the Planning Commission, convey to the Board of Supervisors that the proposed amended land development plan for the data center located on Sweetswood Road is in compliance with all the township ordinance standards, as well as the rules laid out by the Zoning Hearing Board through written decisions dated February 27, 2018, and November 16, 2021. The waivers requested are at a minimum, not many is what I mean there, and our professional township consultants have supported them. Therefore, I recommend careful consideration from the Board of Supervisors to explore any new discovery which would include scientific or law. Again, law is above our purview, right? Between now, this meeting, and future meetings of the Board of Supervisors, and rule appropriately. Move it on. And then what?
So I think to be added to that, with the condition of the Board of Supervisors revisiting the special exemption of the zoning INSCCRC, that is revisited for the current applicant's land use request. Additionally, I do believe, or I would recommend that the East Whiteland Township Environmental Advisory Council is brought in for the environmental concerns.
Yes, they did see the plans when it was. But do we have a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all for coming tonight. We really appreciate you taking the time to come out and give us your thoughts. And now you can
If everyone could
take some of
please
those.
make their way out of the meeting room expeditiously. We are on borrowed time here. We appreciate it.